We and my friends went camping in Michigan's Upper Peninsula just a few months ago, along with two coworker friends of mine for a bachelor party. It wasn't just any bachelor party, but a party of us hardcore video gamers. We spent the weekend drinking, fishing, and of course some target shooting. Friday night, after our fun trip, we had gotten to say 10% of the way drunk. We returned to the lodge, the cabins we were staying in. We grabbed some drinks and snacks and proceeded to play some board games. We had 3 easily navigatable cabins. Cabin 1 is where the bachelor party was being hosted. Cabin 2, us 3 coworkers, and Cabin 4, the 4 bachelor party guests, and we decided to do some target shooting, a pastime of ours usually reserved for the range. We went outside to our shooting ground, where we set up 5 targets in 4-foot increments. We decided to move the targets from farther away to closer to the targets in distance to each other. I took the rifle that shoots less than 100 yards and shot at the 5th target. And right after I took a shot, I realized that something had moved behind the 5th target all the way to my left. There was a set of trees in a straight line with the other trees that were closer. There was something that appeared to be standing right next to it, and it looked to be standing on 2 legs, long and lanky. It appeared to have the upper portion like a dog, maybe a husky or malamute, but the head resembled very much like a wolf or a dog. I didn't know what to do. I took another shot at the target, and I shot 2 more rounds, maybe wanting to see if this large dog was gone or not. As I shot my 4th round at the 5th target, the wolf-dog thing moved to a closer set of trees and appeared to crouch down just behind the tree. It was now up on its heels and slightly crouched over. I could see it had very hairy white shoulders. I decided then to shoot at it. As I took the shot, the animal sprinted about 30 feet off and disappeared. We all heard the noise and immediately saw movement behind the 5th target in the other line of trees. We ran immediately and were all looking in the general direction of where it scurried off to. It was stuck in my head that the closer set of trees, that's where the others claimed they saw it go behind. I looked back where we originally saw the thing, and there appeared to be some kind of weird substance on the tree. It was like a black ooze, but I don't even know. The tree even appeared to be scratched, like this thing had been clawing at it before. We packed up our stuff and left, purely out of fear. It was only about 12:30 a.m. We were not thinking clearly, especially not with the bachelor party guest huddling up and making remarks about eye shine. My 2 coworker friends tried to convince me that I was just seeing things, and that I see things all the time, and don't claim to see something every camping trip. When we all got back inside, we recounted everything to their words, and had a hard time believing there was something out there. We even talked to the owners of the lodge, Old Goat Cabins. They basically brushed it off as black bears, but bear sightings are very common in the Upper Peninsula, and black bears are every bit as big as wolf dogs in my eyes. I don't know. It was very strange, the whole thing. Also, sorry if this story is kind of a jumbled mess. I'm writing on it from my phone, so I'm not actually double checking. Hopefully it reads good. Thank you. Me and my dog were just out in the Sierra Nevadas for a quick hike. As we were walking, my dog began to bark. As I looked to see where and what he was barking at, if there was really anything in particular, I didn't see anything. I noticed no bears, no strange animals, no weird sounds, nothing. After my dog was quiet, I called my dog to me, and where we were walking, we were actually heading back to a good friend's house, when all of a sudden, this dark-looking figure appeared just off in the distance, maybe no more than 80 feet away from me and my dog. My dog immediately reacted negatively, growling, hair standing up on the back of his neck, and I could not get him to come to me or to even get close to him. He was going rabid, baring his teeth, drooling, acting crazy. He's never acted like this before in his life. Something was wrong, and at this distance, I couldn't tell exactly who or what this figure was. And in that moment, I noticed there were several deer running from this thing in the direction that it was at, coming towards us. The deer seemed incredibly frightened, like whatever this person was or thing was pouncing on them, or at least trying to. And these deer were fleeing for their life, while my dog is still barking, going crazy, locking his attention on this thing. That's when the shape suddenly begins to bolt toward us, and I could see that it was much larger, huge head, and looked very much like a large dog, but upright. It had dog-like legs, and a very wolf-like head and body. Not a werewolf. I feel like going that far sounds pretty ridiculous, but it looked more just like some large upright wolf. I jumped, trying to pull on my dog, and as this thing got closer, it bolted off, disappearing behind the tree line, right where my dog was at. The feelings, I cannot describe to you how terrified me and my dog were. At this point, my dog was losing it, going completely haywire. I just picked up my dog and dragged him to where we were going, which was my friend's house. I'm trying to pull on my dog, and I could hear this thing running through the trees, as if trying to keep up with us and not lose us. I got down far enough to where this thing stopped following us, but I could see it moving, this large upright canine entity, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth again. This thing was pitch black, but was gray when it charged us in the clearing. It was definitely stalking us, whatever it was, and was far more intelligent than just some simpleton animal. This thing was keeping up with us, and ensuring we were not leaving, at least until it would allow it. Something I noticed was the stink. It smelled like smoke or hair burning, and kind of like rotting meat. It was a very strange odor, and I only started smelling it near the end of the encounter. I also didn't notice a direction that it was coming from, but more so all around, with this thing still around. Eventually, my dog and me got away, but I'll never know exactly what that thing was, or what it wanted. I've heard of legends and things like that, or creatures like these large wolves. People have thrown around the term direwolf, but I don't think that's exactly what this was. And I'm not going to go with werewolf, since the idea of that is ridiculous, and I don't believe it was a large werewolf. But could it have been a large wild wolf that maybe had learned to adapt and walk on two legs? It's very possible. Perhaps that there are a species of upright walking canine living up here in the Sierra Nevadas that have adapted, evolved, and learned to hunt, and are far more intelligent than any other species of wolf there are. Now that is very possible. I've had a lot of unusual things happen to me in my life, but nothing so peculiar as that May 19th, 2017, when my husband and I visited the Lizzie Board and Bed and Breakfast here in Massachusetts. What was supposed to be a spooky fun trip turned out to be the most frightening night of all our lives. And it wasn't the house that left a lasting memory, but what happened afterwards that really stuck with us. I was always fascinated with the supernatural. My husband was more of a skeptical type. I convinced him to come with me to one of America's most haunted sites to prove to him the existence of ghosts. We made a little bet. If he saw something he logically could not explain, well, I could go buy some new clothes and he'd have to accompany me on some other historically haunted places. If nothing ever happened, well, he appeared to be staged and I would never bother him with my paranormal fascination ever again. I knew I'd win. I could feel it in my blood. So, we started on our long drive down the highway to Fall River, Massachusetts. When we got to the bed and breakfast, we traveled with a small group and a very knowledgeable tour guide. We were able to see every room in the old Victorian home. Supposedly, the site was famous for a double murder from 1892. The daughter of Andrew Borden, Lizzie Borden, was suspected by many to have been the culprit of her father and stepmother's murder. But the court let her go, assuming she was innocent. After her court victory, she immediately sold the house. It was later turned into a bed and breakfast, but visitors were so often spooked. We stayed in the John V. Morse room, where Abby Borden was actually found murdered. We left the door shut, but during the night, it mysteriously popped open on us. I could feel the negativity in the air increasing. The temperature in the room had dropped considerably. I knew we were definitely not alone. My husband just groggily said the door had clearly not been shut tightly, and the airflow in the room was to blame for the door opening, not ghosts. He did complain, though, of the room being cold. As we sat up in bed, debating who was right, a shadow traveled across the hallway with no body accompanying it. We both clearly saw it, and I could tell from the look on his face that he was now a believer. We looked at each other, rushing for the exit. We only briefly stopped to pay for our stay before heading into the early morning darkness. We fumbled with our keys as we hurried toward the vehicle. That's when we saw it. It was a good way to describe this being. Half man, half dog, with the head of a canine. The creature was literally lurking around the barn that had been reconstructed into a gift shop. I couldn't speak. I was too stunned. Instead, I tugged on my husband's sleeve, and he was super focused on getting our stuff back into the trunk. He did not even notice that thing was standing upright on two legs. I took a step back. I didn't even mean to do it. It was sort of instinctual. I wasn't sure if what I was seeing at first was new, or maybe that something science had been experimenting on, or perhaps something mythical that man had not yet known about. I whispered to my husband as this canine-like creature plopped down on all fours and stared at us hesitantly. My husband, who was still traumatized by the sight of the ghost in the bed and breakfast, wasn't even noticing the creature approach us with a sort of wild curiosity. I bravely stepped past my husband and could now see the creature's vibrant, aggressive, intelligent eyes. Its head looked kind of like that of an Australian shepherd, and it was amazing, but frightening all at the same time. It kind of had like a mane, if that makes sense, and its arms and body was so muscular and wide, I couldn't imagine much standing in his way. This thing was utterly terrifying, but it had spotted patches of black all around the back, and its gaze had me rooted in place. I kind of wanted to lean forward to get a better look, but just then, my husband slammed the trunk, and the creature jumped off and ran to the back. I was kind of annoyed, and I turned and flashed my clueless spouse a look, asked what he did, if he saw that thing. He only shrugged, having clearly missed the whole thing. So, we both climbed into the vehicle and began our long drive home. I could never get the encounter out of my mind, and even went with my best friend on vacation back to the same bed and breakfast, just hoping to see the creature that had been lurking outside this barn, just outside the view of others. We both saw some strange things we could not explain, not to mention all the paranormal activity surrounding the property. But sadly, like I just said, the dogman wasn't the only thing, though I never did see this creature again. This was also near a wooded area, and it was one of the strangest experiences I've ever had, and definitely one I will never forget as long as I live. It was late October 2017, close to Halloween, and I was living in New Hampshire at the time. Some friends and I decided to go to one of those big city Halloween parties, except we later figured out it was for teens. I thought it was going to be lame like all the other parties I'd been to in the past. Man, I could not have been more wrong if I tried. That Halloween night will stay with me for the rest of my life. My costume was pretty lame, but my mom had made it for me, and I did not want to hurt her feelings, so I wore it regardless. My friends were all dressed in way better costumes, but oh well. We were all ready to kick back and have some fun for the rest of the evening. There was just one catch. We had to cut through a notoriously creepy cemetery to get to this party. It had seemed to stretch on for miles. To me, it looked like a sea of endless tombstones. I really appreciated the eerie atmosphere, though. It was perfect for something strange to happen. My friends and I were all striking poses in some creepy old granite mausoleum with a bunch of columns in front of it. The place looked really old. They all waved to me to join them in their photo shoot, but my eyes were fixed on something different entirely. And that's when things got really weird. As I got closer, peering out from beyond the shadows of the mausoleum was a pair of bright yellow eyes. It was as if they were silently beckoning me, curiously and almost in a trance from their glow. I stared past my friends and continued to close the gap between myself and whatever it is. As I got closer, I can make out a snout and dark gray fur. A low, guttural growl escaped its smoky gray muzzle. It didn't sound like a growl of malice. It was more like some kind of restless discontentment. Its head slowly peeking out of the shadows. Under the bright moonlight, I could see it much more defined. Its body covered in fur and a head to its collarbone. But the upper torso was completely human, yet almost triangular in build, with its massive muscle arms that all seemed to thin out, right down to the waist. From there, the body became canine again. Its long and fluffy tail stood erect behind it, as it decided whether or not I was friend or foe. I held out my hand like I would any new dog I was meeting for the first time. I took a few hesitant steps towards me, and then stopped just as quickly. Under better lighting, I could see the bits of medium brown fur hidden with the gray-black strands. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I mean, part of me wanted to touch the fur on its head. And the yellow eyes were horrifyingly captivating. They were wild and kind of evil, actually. It was strange. So I kind of seemed locked in this trance, like it was capturing its prey, and I felt nothing except going towards it more and more slowly. This thing came towards me. I could see the reflection of the moisture on its black nose. I knew this was much more than a person in a costume. But even though it was vicious, it had not yet attacked me. It was more intelligent than that, like it was planning on something. Suddenly, my boyfriend motioned to me with his arm, as he called over to me to rejoin the group. I gasped at the sound of his voice. It must have startled the creature, for it froze in place and analyzed where the sound had come from. Very intelligently looking, mind you. Its ears kind of twitched and it rushed back into the shadows. It was terrifying. This thing did not belong in this realm. People might turn into some sort of strange experiment or something. I don't know. I was relieved. Who knows what it would have done to me had I actually made my way to it. It's almost like it mind-controlled me. I almost wonder if there's more of them. I mean, there had to have been more than one for it to physically exist. I thought about it the rest of the night, but never told them what exactly I saw. I mean, something like that on a Halloween night? How many people get to say they experienced that? I just remember how incredibly bright it was that night. That's the only reason I saw as many details as I did. I thought I saw that same familiar gray-black-brown of its body slipping into the nearby trees, but after squinting, I couldn't exactly see, not without the proper lighting. That was the last time I ever saw a strange creature, at least like that. Later on, though, I would eventually tell my friends about what I'd witnessed. My boyfriend just thought I was imagining things, and just saying, "Yeah, the darkness played tricks in your eyes. You're being too dramatic." And maybe my friends thought I was trying to set the mood for spooky fun. But one thing's for sure. This is a story I'm going to share with you that was actually shared with me by my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather grew up in the Choctaw tribe, and he always told me about a man in the village who practiced black magic. This man was actually exiled from the village for being caught with his practices, but swore up and down to the entire village and warned everybody he would come back and haunt the village, in life and in death, and he has kept his promise. The man was not only a practitioner of black magic, but also a skinwalker, a shapeshifter, a being, a servant of the night. He would come back and kidnap children, kidnap some of the village's women. He would hex and curse several members of the tribe, even with one of the elders suddenly developing a sudden illness that killed him within days. After a short amount of time, a small group of warriors set out to hunt this skinwalker or man down, having a pretty good idea of exactly where he was at. The story goes that when these 4 soldiers, or Choctaw warriors, found the skinwalker, he shapeshifted into a massive wolf creature, devouring, mauling, and tearing apart 2 of the warriors right then and there. The other 2 warriors tried to fight him off, but he ended up killing one, while the other retreated for their lives. The last warrior made it back to the tribe and warned everybody about what happened and the dangers of this man. He too, within a couple weeks' time, would come down with a sudden illness that would kill him within a matter of days. It was then speculated that the winter killed the skinwalker, that it was too brutally cold, and that the man had froze to death. However, his spirit had returned to curse the village even further. And it wasn't until years later, when my great-grandfather was a young man, that a medicine man of the village had put up wards all over to finally protect the village and keep this evil skinwalker spirit's energy away, which seemed to work for some time. However, it seemed like after that, the skinwalker spirit's energy just became more and more diffused. Bad things still happened. They all believed that more and more people were hexed. But as time went on, it became much less noticeable, and life became much more manageable as the years would go on, and everybody would forget about this skinwalker. I would just like to say that this was shared with me by my great-grandfather long before he passed. He died at the age of 101. He was a very healthy, very sharp old man, and I always found this story to be very intriguing because it was right around the same time that I developed a deep interest in learning about skinwalkers. I hope you enjoyed his story, and you are more than welcome to share this with your audience. Peace be with you. To my knowledge, this is not happening anymore, but a few years ago, about 5 or so of these beings were very active. I believe it started with either animals being found dead or just missing. Then people who were found camping in the woods also had gone missing. My grandparents' home was built on top of an old Indian cemetery, which is why I think this was happening at their house. The energy around there was different. The spirits were very active. Every night around midnight, you could hear banging on the inside of the walls in the house, footsteps running back and forth outside, heavy breathing outside the front door and windows. The activity, though, seemed to calm down finally, right around evening, where it would pick up again at night. One day, my uncle comes home, and we're all very excited to see him. All of us kids celebrate by going to play hide-and-go-seek in the backyard, out by these huge willow trees, They are probably well over 300 years old. As soon as everybody had found a spot to hide, the first person counting saw movement out of the corners of their eyes, turning around fast, expecting to find someone or something there, but nothing close. At that exact moment, every single willow tree seemed to light up bright as day with this bluish hue, and just going dark again. It probably lasted only a few seconds, but feeling like an eternity. Just then, my older cousin, who was in charge of counting, yells out, "Stop, stop!" And everybody comes running back over to where my uncle is, and they've all got this terrified look on their face. My aunt gets extremely upset, starts demanding an explanation. They tell her that what they saw over by the trees, and she looks at them as if they're crazy. But the uncle and all the kids playing swear up and down they saw something that looked like a man, but was not, watching them through the trees. That whatever it was covered in animal skins and had large black eyes. Apparently, from what we heard, it turned around and walked into this bright blue thing of light, or what we speculate was a portal, which would make sense why all the trees around it illuminated a bright blue, and then disappeared. The portal theory was what my uncle suggested, judging by the lighting and seeing what it walked into, how it kind of just turned around and disappeared with the light. My aunt, of course, did not believe us, but saw the light as well. She tried to brush it off as well, as if they're just imagining it, and in the end says that, well, we should probably try to come up with a better story and figure something else out. My opinion on it is that there's definitely spirits here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we truly saw some sort of being from another world come in through a portal right where those willow trees are. I will say this though, that area where it disappeared in, by those really old willow trees, things feel very strange over there. Like when you go over there, it just feels colder and like you're always constantly being watched. It's a feeling it's hard to describe, but it just makes you feel uneasy. There's a reason we never really play over there. It just doesn't feel right. I was at my old apartment in Denver, Colorado, when I had a chance to see this very large, hairy wolf-like creature standing upright before disappearing into a thicket. It was very gray and dark, very smoky color. At the time, I was outside smoking a cigarette, and it was pretty early in the morning, before I had to go off to work. And I see it there off in the distance, trying to formulate in my brain what I'm looking at. And it stares at me, and I see its red glowing eyes, before it turns and disappears. I'm obviously in shock and disbelief, thinking it was maybe a coyote, but it did not run off like one, or any normal animal for that matter. One thing I can remember, though, is shortly after seeing it, even despite I was smoking a cigarette because we all know how stinky cigarettes are, I just smelled this overwhelming odor of sulfur. It lingered worse than cigarette smell does. I'm very knowledgeable on the fact that skinwalkers exist, and I know what they are, so that's the only logical explanation. But beyond that, I'm not very knowledgeable about Native American mythology, so I'm hoping somebody can find some answers here for me. But I know nothing other than the native culture in Colorado, or the surrounding states, although I'm sure they have their folklore and legends as well. I would also like to add that it took a good moment or two to get my head together and really comprehend what I was seeing. It did not appear to be moving or get down on all fours at any given time throughout this sighting. It actually moved very comfortably from what I saw on two legs, even had hocks like a dog, but appeared to move very humanoid or very much like a man. Judging by the way it looked, I don't even know if it ever got down on all four, so I've been trying to do some research, and I can't find a lot of stories about skinwalkers to try and compare what I saw. The town where this happens also is not very populated either, so I would imagine maybe this skinwalker was just coming through the area, or what. Maybe there are hundreds lurking around every corner. I'm not exactly sure. I can also promise you that even though this was in the early morning, I was fully awake. I was not intoxicated. I had not taken any substance or drugs. Well, besides a cigarette and nicotine. But nicotine isn't going to make you see this. This was not yet a bad dream or a nightmare. I believe this is an evil spirit or a spirit creature that can interact with the physical world, aka a skinwalker. The one thing that I am aware of, though, is that this area as a whole has a lot of UFO sightings. I don't know if that has anything to do with what I saw that night, but it's interesting. I've seen quite a few myself. While I can't speak on behalf of aliens or little green men, there have been a lot of strange lights and things seen in the sky, by not just me, but many people in town, many friends, family, and accomplices that I personally know of and talk to. I guess I'll just have to keep searching for answers. Otherwise, I'll just have to chalk this up to another one of life's many mysteries. But I'm pretty sure that what I saw was real, and not just something I hallucinated. Although the whole thing lasted for less than 10 seconds, it was enough to stick with me for a lifetime. A few years back, my buddies and I decided to take a ride out to Las Vegas to see the world-famous UFO crash site. You know, Roswell. The drive out there was really cool. It's a long stretch of road between Roswell and Las Vegas. You can see for miles in either direction, so for about 20 minutes down the road, we saw a dog laying by the side of the road, as dead as a doornail. We joked around how maybe it was a feral dog or something killed by one of those black panthers that they supposedly have out here in the desert. Whatever it wasn't normal. I don't know what kind of animal has grayish-black fur all over its body. That was as large as this thing was, but it was of considerable size. Anyhow, we parked right outside the UFO crash site, which is basically just piles of dirt with some junk thrown around, from what I can remember. There really wasn't much to see. So we decided to get out and stretch our legs, when this guy comes up to us and he's acting all frantic, telling us not to move until we figure out which way we're facing. He says we need to be careful and make sure we're not facing north, so as to not end up in Canada, or worse. We were like, is this guy on drugs? What on earth? The guy was out of his mind and started saying some gibberish about skinwalkers or something. Then he went to talk about how he was possessed and how he had seen the devil, and then kind of ran off and ranting and gibbering under his breath. We're kind of creeped out by him, by how weird he is and how he seems so out of his mind. So as we're leaving, getting in our car and pulling away, he stops us again and begins to act somewhat sane by telling my friend who's driving that he needs to hear this. We're trying to interrupt him and cut through the conversation, telling him, look, dude, you're clearly crazy, we don't want to hear it. And he starts going off on a rant over my friend about apparently reptilian shapeshifters are all around us, and we need to leave now. Go back the way we came, it's not safe. And while he seemed completely out of his mind and crazy, there was just something incredibly creepy about his demeanor. Like there's just some people that you meet and talk to, you just get a very bad feeling from. Not that he was bad, but he just gave off vibes that weren't really good. They were so uncomfortable that we had to get out of there. I understand that this isn't necessarily a sighting or an encounter, but it certainly made all of us very uncomfortable. On the evening in question, there was a very bad thunderstorm. I was driving home from work, and I live in a very rural area, about 10 minutes up the road on top of this large hill. Well, I had just reached the crest of the hill when all of a sudden, it became dead silent. This feeling washed over me, like something was watching me or following me. There were no cars in front of me or behind me, for that matter, nor could I see anybody else around. As I started down the hill, I slowly began to press harder on my brakes because out of nowhere, this huge black dog, this wolf-like creature comes running across the road directly in front of my vehicle. Now, it's hard to tell how fast I was going. Because it happened so quickly, I knew that it went bounding off into the trees with these huge leaps. Not running, but bounding. I thought, there's no way that's a normal dog. The sighting stuck with me and disturbed me. When I got home, my wife was outside working in the garden. I stopped and asked her if she had seen or heard anything like that. She told me no, and I told her more about this huge dog that ran in front of my car, after briefly explaining what it is that I saw. She then tells me that she actually has, and she's seen this huge dog on several occasions, but only ever at night, and she thought that people would think she was crazy, so she just refrained from ever talking about it. My wife informed me that one evening, as she was driving home, she saw this thing on the side of the road. She said it looked like a large dog, but that it wasn't. The creature stood on two legs and was as tall as a man, but hunched over, eating a dead deer. She said it didn't notice her as she slowed to avoid hitting it, because it appeared right around a bend. That's when I got scared. I've heard all about these things being spotted all throughout western Kentucky and even southern Missouri, but never this far south until now. I didn't say anything, and she told me that wasn't the first time she had seen these things. She doesn't like to talk about it. I guess I can't blame her. Well, that night, as we're lying in bed, she's sound asleep and snoring, and I'm laying there awake, my mind racing, and I just have this intense bad feeling building in my gut, like my skin crawling. My mind would just not stop replaying that visual over and over again in my head of what I saw that day. I just felt this terror in my body, like something was very, very wrong, but I could not pinpoint it. We have a very large window in our room. It's kind of shaped like a half pyramid, and the moonlight beams right through onto our bed, so it wasn't pitch black. I can see across our bedroom to another large window with the drapes pulled back. Now, normally we have our drapes closed, but this night, we must have forgot. As I'm staring off in the distance at this big, bright glowing moon, I see something move right by our window. The movement catches my attention, and I react and look, and I see a shape that looks somewhat like a man's body, but it was huge, taller than the window, at least 7 feet tall. And I noticed something else. The figure is very muscular. Whoever it is, it clearly works out. I'm thinking to myself, red alert, an intruder. And before I could reach to my right in my dresser, where I keep my revolver, this thing moves and crouches down a little. And that's when I get the full look. Its face. It's just pure evil with these glowing eyes. It's as if I was witnessing the devil himself. It had human-like hands that it pressed against the glass, and its face was like that of a wild, evil dog, and it just stood there staring at me with the most intense eyes I've ever seen, trying to get into my mind. I couldn't even process it at the point, but this had to have been the same creature I had seen earlier in the evening. And to think, that sighting happened only about 5 or so minutes away from the house. Now, I should mention this real quick that when it first saw me, as it was running across the road, it looked over at me and kind of made an expression. It was a devilish one. I had a hard time going into more detail because of how it scared me so badly. It's an expression you give to somebody who you recognize, but there was evil intent behind it. I don't know how to portray such an expression, and made by a large dog was more than disturbing. This thing pressed its face up against my window, then looked over at the side of the house where the back door is, looked back at me for a moment, and kind of grinned, as if it just said, "Gotcha," in its head. Then it disappeared. I don't remember if I had locked the back door that night. I don't always, since we kind of live on a larger piece of land and it's tucked away on a not so busy road. The last thing I was ever worried about was intruders. We never had them out here, but I always felt safe keeping a loaded gun nearby, just in case. I was filled with so much primal fear. My instincts kicked in, and I knew I had to kill this thing, or it was going to kill me. I shot up out of bed, not my own doing, but my body just reacting. I grabbed the revolver from my bedside, which I keep fully loaded at all times, ran to where the back door was. Before I could even make it to the back door, I saw the handle violently jiggling and the door being pressed in. Luckily, I had locked the door, but this thing was trying to get into our house. So I leaned up against the wall next to the door, waiting patiently. And then I heard it. The first thing to hear come out of its mouth was this low grumbling growl, and it shook my bones and made the hair on my neck stand straight up. It appeared to be some sort of animal, but the sound was very deep, as if the devil himself had vocal cords. That sound alone, just remembering this as I typed this up, sent chills up my spine and caused me to shake more than I was already shaking. After the growl, there was this horrendous grunt, as if two animals were fighting over food, except both voices were coming from the same being. It's like one noise got caught in its throat, while another shot out of its mouth with an echoey effect. The door jiggled and continued to rock for a few more moments before stopping. I took a deep breath, flicked on the light outside, opened the door, pointing my gun, and fired 3 shots. Bam, bam, bam! I heard the most horrendous scream you could ever imagine. It sounded worse than the screams you'd hear from monsters in a horror movie, and this thing began screaming all the way back to the woodline on the far side beside the house. I'm assuming I hit it, based on the noises, even though it had stepped outside the reach of the light. I fired 2 more shots in the distance, just to make sure it was running away. This event has changed our lives forever. This event has also opened up a whole new world for us. Now we know that these things are real. Completely filled with adrenaline and fear, I paced around the living room all night, revolver in hand, ready to go for round 2 when this thing would come back. But it never did. It was kind of a blurry passage of time, but I remember my wife awakening around 6 in the morning. I'm sitting there in the chair, wide-eyed, exhausted, but being kept up by adrenaline. She's asking me, why do I have the revolver in my hand? What happened? I calmly explained that I had to chase away an unwanted intruder and to not be alarmed. She didn't buy my story. I tried to assure her that everything was fine. I didn't sleep at all. Once the sun was fully up, now it was roughly 7 or 8 in the morning, I went outside and over to where I had seen this thing to look for signs of blood, or anything that would give me some sort of closure. There was nothing. Not even any tracks left behind by whatever this thing was. There was not a lot of detail that I could provide, because honestly, I felt like I blacked out after seeing this thing at the window. All my memories are kind of sketchy after that. But this is my story. I know what you're thinking. I'm nuts. No way would something like this ever happen. Well, if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't be able to deny it. And believe me, it was and still is the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. And trust me, I've seen some pretty grotesque things, like a man getting decapitated by a car in front of me. But that's for another time. I just hope this never happens again and that these things stay away from our house, or any other house that we buy for that matter. I'm not sure where I first heard about dogman, and my family has lived in this area since the 1950s. You would think that we would surely have heard or saw something by now if there were such things. They say encounters with Bigfoot are rare, but I don't think Bigfoot try and violently break into people's houses. Or do they? I still have vivid nightmares about this night, and I still fear this thing might be coming back. I've been thinking of moving, but am not sure where would be a safe place. Any thoughts? Finding time to sit down and write this hasn't been easy, but I'll do my best. This was back in the fall of 2018, and it still gives me vivid nightmares. I just got done hanging out at a good friend's house for the evening and was heading home. I got down the road, realized I was running low on gas, so after quickly checking my surroundings to make sure everything looked okay, I pulled into the first open gas station. After getting out of my car and walking up to the pump, I see this big dog staring at me from across the street, cloaked in the shadows. At first glance, it appeared normal, but then it began crossing the street towards me, and I knew something just wasn't quite right with it. Something about its eyes gave it away. They were darker than usual. They kind of had a red hue to them, an iridescent shine. It also had very long canine teeth. They didn't look quite right either. The dog continued coming closer, so naturally, I began backing away slowly, without breaking eye contact. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally able to get the gas pump open and put gas in my car. At that point, this dog stopped coming towards me, but it was still staring intently at me, while moving its head around as if checking me out. Now, the entire time I'm filling gas in my car, I'm just begging for the pump to hurry up and finish so I can get out of there, ASAP, and be done with all of this. This weird dog just continued to linger in the darkness, stare at me while this was going on. So strange. I was very unnerved and creeped out for sure. I finished filling up, jumped back in my car, and headed home, which was no more than 12 minutes away. This thing was still there though, staring at me as I drove off. I wasn't sure what I thought of the whole ordeal until later that night. I couldn't sleep. It just kept replaying like a movie over and over again in my head. I just want to get across how strange this dog was, and not because it looked like a regular dog, but the whole thing looked off. You could tell this wasn't a normal dog. Now, I couldn't see every detail due to the thickness of shadows, but I just had a bad feeling. My story is not your typical one. This is not a campfire story in which we sat around and sang Kumbaya, holding hands and playing guitar. I believe that whatever it was in our campsite, we were surrounded by entities. Whether that be paranormal or cryptid, I'm not sure. But this only happened a few years ago, back in 2018 in the summertime, when we had visited the Jedediah State Park. You know, the famous one for the redwoods in Northern California. I'm from out of state, so I was very new to California, and all the things that we had seen. I had gone on a road trip adventure with some family and friends, some cousins and some close friends of mine. We actually started up in Washington, moved down to Oregon, and finally ending in Northern California, where we would go visit extended family who lived outside of Sacramento. And then finally, going back to the Midwest. What was great about it, or should I say, one of the only great things about it, is getting to visit the infamous Redwood Park that everybody had been talked about for a long time. I think it's easily one of the most famous parks in all the world, although I wouldn't quote me on that. But the hype for it was insane. Once you get there and see how large these ancient redwoods are, you'll probably understand why. At a family's house. Before coming here though, we stopped and stayed at a family's house in Crescent City, only roughly 9 miles east. And after a few days, and gathering up all of our needed supplies, we headed off to stay at Redwood State Park for roughly 3 days, before moving on down to Sacramento. and then south from there. Our stay was fine for the most part, at least until the very first night where things spiraled out of control. Okay, maybe not that dramatic, but things definitely went from normal to very scary. The first night, I had a really hard time sleeping. I can't explain it, but it was like something was keeping me awake, and I tossed and turned. My brother and my other family members were snoring. I shared a tent with my brother, and we had few other tents with us. Everybody was sound asleep. I checked my phone. It was 12:48 a.m. I was not getting to sleep anytime soon, so I decided to get on my phone for a little while and just do what I could to try and help tire my eyes out. Finally, 2 a.m., I crashed out. But it wasn't like a normal, I'm too tired to keep my eyes open anymore. It was like this sudden overwhelming feeling that came over me, that I need to go to sleep now. I know it sounds strange, but I don't know how to explain it in any other way. I also want to mention how strange it is, because I'm always an early bird, to bed and in the morning. The latest I usually stay up is 10:30. I am the opposite of a night owl. Always have been. I can never be one to stay up late, and I never knew how people did. I'm usually up by 6 a.m., sometimes earlier. So for me to be up this late and have insomnia is very, very out of character. Sure, you could say this was several things. Maybe I was overstimulated. Maybe I was just excited to be here. But the fact is that neither of those things were true. In fact, earlier that morning, I had helped one of my family members pack their car, and it took a lot of hauling and a lot of trips up and down stairs. I should have been exhausted. Even I helped doing a lot of the setting up at camp. But yet for some reason, it was like something was keeping me awake, not allowing me to fall asleep, only when it allowed it. Now, when I woke up, which was about 7:30, I was probably so exhausted that my body needed the extra sleep. I got out of my sleeping bag and, to my terror, I had these long, deep scratch marks all over my legs. It looked like I had walked into a bush of thorns or something, but they were deep. The wounds weren't superficial. They were deeper, and I clearly had bled, and the blood was coagulated. It was all over my shins, both of them. The thing is, I had not walked anywhere near thorns the other day, and I have not. Nor did I walk anywhere last night where there's thorns, unless I somehow sleptwalk into the woods for miles. I was totally clueless and terrified of how I got these scratch marks all over my legs, from my knees down to my ankles. What's also strange is the jammies that I was wearing were long, meaning my shins were not exposed even if I was out of my sleeping bag and happened to sleepwalk. But my shins were sore where I was cut up from. Clearly, this was sometime recent. I tried my best to just ignore it and not really tell anybody else about it. What were they going to say? You probably just scratched your leg on something, and they would have blew me off. So I figured there was no sense of mentioning it. Besides, I'm mainly a girl that wears a lot of jeans, so nobody would really have a chance to see my legs. The rest of that day goes, and I kind of forget all about my legs. Out of sight, out of mind, I guess. That night, when I go to bed, luckily, I'm able to fall asleep about 10 p.m., which is much more normal for me. My brother, however, who's usually sacked out and is the heaviest sleeper I know of, the man could sleep through a tornado siren. His night was not so great. I had awoken sometime in the middle of the night. I don't know the time. I did not check my phone, but I woke up to a strange sound circulating our tent and campsite. Do you know what an electronic toothbrush sounds like? I know that's a silly reference, but that's kind of what it made me think of. Just louder and deeper in pitch. And it sounded much heavier, if that makes sense. And it was moving. But I was in and out of sleep, so I didn't pay enough attention to it to really try and listen to what it was. But it was loud enough that it had woken me up several times throughout the night. After waking up in the morning, right around 6 or 6:30 a.m., my brother had not slept once the entire night. He was pale and looked completely terrified. I asked him what was wrong. He wouldn't talk. In fact, the rest of that day, he did not say a word. Just wide-eyed and pale and very sickly looking, like the man had the flu. Although he did not act sick, just something had spooked him. But when you talked to him about it, he would only mumble under his breath and act crazy. After asking him what was wrong and what happened, and not getting any answers, I eventually gave up. On the third and final day we were there, we had one of the park rangers stop by our campsite and inform us to be very careful with leaving food out, that there are bears around, and they've been very active lately. Several other campsites have complained already. We were pretty good about that, though. We kept all of our food stowed away in the car and in bins. We didn't have to worry, but he had just given us a fair warning. We didn't think anything of this, as this is pretty normal for many parks and places to go camping. It's just kind of common sense if you're going to be out in nature where there are bears. That night, we're all sitting by the fire. My brother's next to me, still pale and not talking, and just muttering nonsense under his breath. I couldn't make out any discernible words, but something was really taking a toll on him, and I was going to find out what. It hit about 10 p.m., time for my body to go shut down and get some sleep. I told everybody good night, asked my brother if he was coming to bed. He was not, so I went and laid in my tent and crashed out. It was about midnight when my dad opens the tent flap, asking me where brother was, wondering if he had come in the tent at all. His sleeping bag was empty. I had not seen him. And my father started asking me some very, very strange, out-of-character questions that I can't remember off the top of my head, but I remember thinking to myself, why are you asking me those things? It's strange. I was still half asleep, of course, so my memory is fuzzy. But after what felt like playing 20 questions, he just walked away. Also very weird because my dad's a very courteous person. He would normally zip up the tent, say goodnight, and all the usual things that a loving father says. I noticed too, while trying to fall asleep, that loud buzzing sound came back, and was very, very loud, keeping me up for a little while longer. I eventually fell asleep, waking up again probably sometime around 4 or 5 in the morning, just as the sun was starting to break over the horizon. I glance over to where my brother should be laying, and he's there, snoring. Relief came over me, and I thought to myself, oh, thank goodness he's okay, and that he's getting some good sleep. He needed it. And I fall back asleep again. I wake up maybe 2 hours later, closer to 6:30 or 7, and as I pull out of my sleeping bags, I notice my arms are very sore. I was wearing a hoodie, and so I take off my hoodie, and to my terror, my arms are covered in deep cuts, much the same way my shins were the very first night. And after looking at my legs, all the cuts were completely gone, like they had never happened. But they were now all over my arms, from my forearm to my upper arm, like I had stuck my arm in a pile, like a big mess of razor wire. And they were bloodied and coagulated. I began to panic and freak out. I got out of my tent, waking up my brother and waking up my parents, who were with us on this trip, and opened up and explained to them everything, showing them my arms. My father was very perplexed and confused by all of this, and then also began asking me who I was talking to last night. And I asked him what he meant. He explained that sometime around midnight or 1 in the morning, somebody came into our campsite and was talking to you. I looked at him strangely and said, you came and opened up my tent because brother was missing. My father gave me this look like he had no idea what I was talking about. My mother had stepped in and vouched for him. Honey, your father was sleeping in the tent with me the entire time. He never got up to come and talk to you. Somebody else came into the campsite. Who was it? And my stomach and heart sank in that moment, realizing that whoever opened my tent last night was not my father, although it looked exactly like him, even down to the clothes The facial expression, the voice, everything looked exactly like him. But some of the things he said were not like him. They were out of character. And some of his physical mannerisms, like even leaving the tent flap open. Just some things were very, very strange, and I don't know how to explain them. Is it possible he had a doppelganger, or was this some sort of spiritual paranormal thing going on? I don't know. My father, who was now gravely concerned for my sanity, and I was concerned because somebody had fully imitated my father, showing up and trying to get me to come out of the tent. Incredibly creepy, right? Well, the other question I needed to find out was, where had my brother gone? Why was he missing all night, and what had he seen the night before that had spooked him so badly that he was pale and would not talk? I finally got him to open up that night as we were leaving to head to Sacramento. He told me this. The second night, he had gone on to pee when he realized something large was stalking him in the woods. I tried hard not to laugh at him when he told me this, but he said while he was peeing, this large hairy arm reached out to grab him, and it scared him so bad that he ran back as fast as he could to the tent where he thought he was safe. He said he was there peeing on the tree, and he hears this loud buzzing sound, the same one that I had reported to him hearing, which he knew that it was this thing in the woods right by him, before trying to reach its arm out and grab onto him, pulling him into the woods. He missed it just barely, and once he made it back to the tent, it followed him back to our campsite, which would explain the buzzing noise. It persisted all that night, which means it was probably looking for him. Then, he explained something even more terrifying. On the third night, he claims that Dad came to open the tent. I was already asleep, and said, "Hey, I need to speak to you." My brother got out of the tent, wondering why my dad wanted to talk to him at 10:30 at night. But he didn't talk to him right in the campsite. He walked off into the woods, probably maybe 5 or 10 minutes away, into the middle of the woods where it was dark, and with a stern, emotionless expression, explained to my brother that, "I need to get your sister out here first. Stay right here. I'll be right back," and walked off, back in the direction of our campsite. My brother was so put off by this and terrified that he realized, this is very out of the norm for my father. I need to go tell Mom. Upon coming back to the campsite, his dad was nowhere to be found, and his sister was still sleeping. When he went and checked on his parents' tent, his actual dad, my dad too, and Mom were sleeping sound in their tent. My dad having never woken up and got out of the tent in the first place. So then the question really goes, who was imitating our father that night? And what being was following us around, specifically my brother, making those loud buzzing noises? We didn't really talk about it the rest of our trip, and instead just tried to focus on moving forward and enjoying our time together with friends and family as we moved on to Sacramento and then further down south before returning home to the Midwest. Even as I think back on this now and reflect, I don't know what it could have been, but I strongly believe in the paranormal and the supernatural. I think that it is possible that I was attacked by a poltergeist or some sort of evil spirit, which would explain the scratches and cuts all along my body. Why it never attacked my brother, I don't know. The being that my brother almost got attacked by could have very well been a Bigfoot, or some sort of other spiritual, supernatural entity. Although, I can't account for the buzzing noise, but I think that the buzzing noise was accompanied by this creature, that every time this thing was around, that noise would sound off. Why? I don't know. It was electrical and mechanical sounding. The whole thing was weird. And then the whole doppelganger situation. Maybe it was someone or something trying to imitate our father to lure us out in the woods and do God knows what. I've heard of people being witches and shapeshifters, but there's too many weird experiences there for me to put it all together. I don't know. Maybe you guys can figure this one out for me. What did my family encounter while we were on a trip in the Redwoods? I firmly stand by that I had my own dogman experience when I was 18 years old, a senior in high school, around my house, probably a couple of miles away, no more. My girlfriend and I would go back into the woods, rolling hills, with white oak and fir trees sparsely populated throughout. The scenery was beautiful. In fact, me and my girlfriend would both go back there into the woods to make out. Her and I had both been bitten by the nature bug, so it's somewhere we really loved to spend our time. And because I grew up in a small town, there really wasn't a lot to do, especially to escape our parents and friends, who constantly wanted to suffocate us with their time. So when we had this dogman experience, it was an afternoon like any other. Nice and sunny, clear day, probably in the upper 70s. It was later April, or maybe early May. I was a senior, and going to be graduating in probably 5 or 6 weeks, whenever the graduation was. I think it was early June, somewhere around there. My girlfriend was a junior. With the weather being so clear and sunny and bright, I know for a fact there is no possible chance for a mistaken identity of a bear. I've seen black bear many times around here. I've seen black bear tracks many times. I know what a black bear looks like. This was by no means a black bear, even though some friends that I've told this story to really don't buy what I saw. But anyway, my girlfriend and I are sitting there under this old half-dead tree, just talking, probably lost in conversation, when I look up behind her and I see this tall, dark figure coming in our direction from one of the hills a ways away. I was a bit startled because in that first couple seconds, I thought somebody else had wandered back here, and where we were, to my knowledge, nobody really comes back here for any reason. Because we're such a small town, we didn't really have homeless issues, so there wasn't any bums or anything back here, or addicts. But as I finished those thoughts within a couple seconds, my brain was able to fully process a little more what I was looking at, and I realized, after no more than 2 seconds flat, frozen in conversation, this was not a person at all. It was far too tall. It was clearly bipedal, and having a large dog or wolf head, with 2 tall German Shepherd-like ears, very black in color, and kind of fuzzy, especially around the neck and head, kind of like a mane, the way a German Shepherd does, its body being much more slender, but still lean. My brain was able to process all of this within just about 4 seconds, when I told my girlfriend, "Look at that. What kind of animal is that?" She turns and gasps, as this thing now drops down to all fours and is now running in our direction. I think instinctually, we just reacted. She screamed, I yelled, and we both just got up and ran back towards the direction of my house. We were sitting on the hill, facing downwards, south. My house was up north, behind us, up the hill. This thing was coming from the west, heading directly towards us, or perpendicular. So going north, this thing would have had to have turned up the hill to chase us. But it didn't. When we ran up the hill, neither her or I turned around to see if it was following us, and by the time we got to the top of the hill, we lost sight of it. We were both freaked out, panting, and decided to stop and make our way back to the house once we made sure that it wasn't following us and it was clear. I've never seen any animal that walks bipedally and then so effortlessly and naturally drop down on all fours like I watched this thing do. When this thing first appeared over the hill to our west, it was probably, if I had to say, no more than 100 feet away. So I know for a fact it definitely saw us. It was facing our direction. I'd say it walked maybe 20-30 feet, and then seamlessly dropped down to all fours, like it changed its entire structure and bone position, and then began sprinting at incredibly fast speeds. That's one of the reasons why we booked it. By the time we had gotten up the hill, it was gone, so it either dove down into the hill, where trees are more far and few in between, which would translate to less places for this thing to hide, or it ran into the thicker area of forest, which was to our left, or to our east. I'm not exactly sure where it went, and how we did not see it. So either two things. We either hallucinated it, or it was incredibly fast and disappeared into the thick brush. Since my girlfriend and I both saw it, both gave the same description and account of what happened. I really don't think we just randomly hallucinated something like this happening. We did not end up telling my parents or any of my friends at first, and probably not until a few years later, once her and I would both be in college, did we actually open up about what we saw, which would have made it the early 2000s, where the whole concept of the Beast of Bray Road and dogman in general would be a little more popularized. That's actually kind of how I found out that it was a dogman. Her and I also never heard any sounds of it approaching, no sounds of it stepping on the ground, and even once it dropped down to all fours, there was no sounds produced by that either, by it running, thudding, or moving. It's like it was completely silent, which is incredibly eerie. Having not seen it up close, I couldn't tell you any details about its face, but going on Google or online and looking at many depictions of what people illustrate as a dogman, it's not too far off from that, except it wasn't built like a big bodybuilder or like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was pretty slender, but still lean, more tall and lanky than anything else, with the head, from far away, just like that of a black German shepherd or a wolf. And no, I did not see any eyes or any teeth. Being in the late 90s, you didn't really talk about this kind of stuff anyway, for fear of ridicule. Once my girlfriend and I graduated high school and moved into college together, we would break up, and both of us moved to different parts of the country. We stayed in contact because we were still best friends, and even now to this day, we each have our own families. I live on the West Coast, and she still lives in the Midwest. We still talk about it from time to time, and how scary it was. I know for a fact they are indeed real creatures, but as far as what are they, where they came from, and what do they act like or eat, I couldn't answer any of those. It was either the winter time of 99 or 98, and my brother and I were staying with my dying father, who was slowly dissipating from cancer. He died about a year after this happened. At the time, we didn't realize he had cancer, and he was just at the beginning stages. Very, very sick. So, we both took time away from our busy lives and families to stay with him for a few months, help take care of him, and meet all of his needs. It was during this time that we had a lot of strange things happen around the house. Our family isn't religious by any means, so all of these things were very strange. Now, I'm going to get to the main point, which is what we saw and experienced out in the back portion of the yard. But before I get to that, since we had moved into his house at the late end of September, or the start of fall, weird things began to happen, with our sighting and actual experience happening at the very tail end of January. First, let's go back to the beginning of fall. While my brother and I stayed with my father and took care of him, we experienced all sorts of strange paranormal things. Items getting moved, things disappearing, typical cabinets being opened, doors opening and closing, that kind of thing. The things that you attribute to a haunting, although I never saw any apparitions, ghosts, or shadow people. The other stuff was still very unnerving. There would be times I'd wake up in the wee hours of the morning, feeling like I was being watched, or that something was in the room with me. Something that made my skin crawl. But I just ignored it, turned over, and fell back asleep. That was the end of my stuff. My brother, though, who had his room on the opposite side of the house, told me that he would see people walk in and out of his room at night. People who were just silhouettes. Nothing scary looking, is what he said. It was just shadows of people. But he never had anything happen like I did, where he would wake up and feel people in his room with him. My father, who was incoherent much of the time, being doped up on pain meds and just kind of out of it, probably didn't experience anything. Although, to my recollection, my brother and I never told him about what we had experienced, nor had we ever asked him. But he seemed at ease and comfortable with the house. I know nothing of that house's past or anything about who lived there prior to my father. He had purchased it about 10 years before, long after my brother and I had moved out, starting our own lives and families. so this was really our first stay at this house. In the back, the yard extends quite a ways. Neighbors on both sides with hedges. The back kind of dips down a little bit. There's a small creek and a small section of woods. In the wintertime, it's not uncommon to get a few feet of snow, which we would get around November, December, and it stayed the rest of the winter. But I'll get into that in just a moment. Before I get on to the actual sighting and experience, there was one night, it was either right after Christmas or just before Christmas, that me and my brother were awoken in the middle of the night by hearing something incredibly heavy being flung at the house. Not the sliding glass door. This was just the siding to the house. To me, it sounded like somebody took a really heavy object, like, I don't know, a sledgehammer or a splitting maul, and throwing it as hard as they could right up against the house. It made a very loud bang. My brother and I met in the hallway, eyes wide and terrified, thinking somebody was outside the house, either casing the place or trying to break in. My brother kept a longsword by the door. Why not a bat or a gun, I don't know. My brother's kind of weird like that. Is really huge into collecting swords, so he thought that was appropriate. Sorry, I can't help but actually roll my eyes in real life, because of how ridiculous it sounds. So, anyway, he goes out there, long sword in hand, in his pajamas, and it's snowing. He screams out, and I'm right behind him, calling if anybody's there. We did have a back porch light that barely illuminated this part of the yard. We could see if there's anybody, but there didn't appear to be a soul around. In fact, it was pretty much lifeless. Nothing. The night was calm, quiet, and lightly snowing. We could even see if there's any movement on the side of the house, which there appeared to be none. After a couple of minutes of standing outside and freezing, waiting to see movement or waiting for something to happen, nothing did. We shrugged our shoulders and went back to bed. It took us a bit to try and fall back asleep, but finally, we successfully managed. Alright, so all of this is leading up to the experience that happened at the very end of January. We had kind of gotten a mini blizzard. We were at least 3 or 4 feet of snow, and it was snowing pretty heavily. This was probably 8:30, 9 p.m. at night. My father just went to sleep. My brother and I were still up, watching TV. My brother, for a lot of the day, just because it had been snowing so hard, stood by the back sliding glass door, just watching it come down, and I'm sitting on the couch watching TV. He says, "Hey sis, there's something out there, you should come look." Puzzled, I quickly got up and came and saw, expecting maybe to see a big animal or something. We both saw in the distance, just before the dip in the yard. It looked like somebody walking through the backyard, heading towards the wooded section beyond the creek. "What is that?" him and I both said. It looked kind of like a person, but it was far too tall and lanky, and just looked like a large black silhouette, like somebody wearing a large bulky cloak. It was very strange looking. My brother began to panic, and I immediately felt uneasy. It gave me the creeps, whatever we were looking at. But in that moment, we just assumed it was a person, because we couldn't draw any other conclusions. Then, in about a few seconds, it disappeared into the trees. We thought we'd go investigate in the morning. I mean, because right now, it's snowing pretty hard, and it's like 9 o'clock at night. So we would just keep wake, and keep our guard up, and my brother, keeping his trusty longsword by the door, just in case. Well, I ended up crashing out about 10:30 or 11, sometime around there. I think he stayed up later, but to how much later, I don't know. We woke the next morning together around 7, told me he had no activity last night. Everything was locked up and safe, and it had snowed a considerable more amount. I think at this point we were up to 4 or 5 feet, but we kept things fairly shoveled, at least by the back. So we trudged out there, right as far as we could, to where we saw this figure walking, or what we thought was a person. But this is where our experience gets strange. It's like blotches of the snow where we saw this thing moving, or like a yellow-brown, almost like they were like goopy or something. And an awful smell accompanied it. It smelled like a dead, rotting animal in the summertime. It didn't look like somebody had urinated in the snow, like you might be thinking when I say brown-yellow snow. It was almost like if you took a gallon of grease, or something thick and soupy, and kind of poured it along with the snow. It was like a gelatiny-like consistency with melted snow, and a very gross yellow-brown color. What it looked to me, my brother and I, was like some animal had died and liquefied, and was then poured over the snow. That's what it smelled like, and kind of looked like. It was putrid and nasty. Right when you walk into it, it's like a wall of a terrible stench odor that makes you want to retch the second you smell it. My brother held his nose and walked a bit further, and all of a sudden the tracks just disappeared. The tracks were almost filled up though, because of how much snow had fallen the night before, but the clear visible discoloration and goop-like consistency was still in the snow. We didn't know what it was, and we did not want to mess with it. My brother opted for exploring further into the woodline, since it was maybe only about 10 acres of woods before it went to another neighbor's property. I opted out and said no. I think he ventured on a bit further, but not far, saying he could not find anything, or no traces or evidence that anything had walked through. But the smell was still very much there, a lingering odor. That was about the extent of our experience with the unknown. After the next few days, my brother and I decided to talk about more what it is we think we saw, and came to the conclusion then that we don't think it was a person. We didn't say creature, but that maybe it was something paranormal, or from a different dimension. I'm not saying it was an alien, but it was definitely tall and very dark, like a silhouette, and weird shaped, like I had mentioned the cloak thing, like full-on black cloak. Very strange. Then, shortly after this happened, not even a week later, the energy in the house changed rapidly to one of being calm to very violent and dangerous. I remember that Valentine's Day especially, watching the parade on TV and just feeling on end all day long, like something could happen at any time. Even my brother will admit, the house felt very uneasy, like no matter where you turn, somebody was there with you, waiting, watching, wanting to hurt you. It was terrible. In fact, that February was probably the worst nights of sleep I'd ever gotten. But as far as sounds from the outside, or sightings of whatever it is we saw, never happened again after that. Things continued to get more volatile as far as the feeling and comfortability in the house, up until about mid-March, when everything just suddenly appeared to go back to normal. Come the beginning of spring, or late at the end of March, my brother and I said our goodbyes to my father and went back to living our lives. Soon after, he had one of his close friends move in to take care of him for about another 6 months or so, before finally being moved off to hospice and passing away about another 5 or 6 months later. My father, actually having a will written up, put the house in my brother's name and gave me his 3 vehicles, which we ended up selling off. My brother, not wanting anything to do with that house, ended up renting it out for a short while his tenants, 3 different ones mind you, all had issues with the house. Some were saying that there was banging noises on the roof at night, and that the person lasted maybe 3 months. His second tenant, a young single mom, who he gave a discount to because he had known her for some time, also complained about an uneasy feeling in the house. That's all she said. She only lasted maybe 6 months at most. And then finally, an older guy had moved in there. He lasted about 3 years, until finally passing away, and even his manner of death is frightening. He was a guy in his 50s, very healthy, very athletic, still went to the gym, ate super healthy, like keto or whatever the health fad diet is. When he was found by my brother, which is another trauma for my brother in and of itself. My brother came in to check on him, to come pick up his rent money, and he found the man dead, on the floor, with the most horrible expression on his face, one of pure horror and fright. The question is, what did that man see before he died? It appeared that he had died of fear, is what it looked like. I'll tell you what, that whole story, everything I've told you so far just freaks me out. After he passed, my brother, not wanting to deal with the hassle of that house anymore, ended up selling it. And now we don't have anything to do with anything of that property, or anything of that house. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the entire time I stayed at that house, I had these terrible reoccurring nightmares. In the nightmare, I could see myself asleep on the bed, and I was almost in the vision of something dark approaching the house from the backyard, like the woods. In the nightmare that kept reoccurring, it wasn't snowy out, but it was dark, and I was this figure, whatever it was, slowly approaching the house. And in the dream, I would get to the back door, and as I would reach for the sliding glass door and try to open it, I would wake up. I had this same reoccurring nightmare constantly throughout the entire 6+ months that I stayed there. I never talked to my brother about it, so I don't know if he had any nightmares. It doesn't sound like he did, but it's just another terrifying thing to add to the collection of horror stories that happened on that property. This is when I was still in high school, so I think I was probably 17, maybe having just turned 18. Since my birthday falls on an odd spot, I just hit 19 as soon as I went to college, making it very possible that I would be 18 during my senior year. Anyway, I digress. I'm here to tell you about what I believe that I saw was a Wendigo. Perhaps maybe something else, but whatever it was, whatever I saw was definitely of the paranormal nature. Let me explain to you what happened. I was staying up pretty late, and I think it was about 11 or midnight. I can't remember which, but I do remember having to work on this really long essay for class. So after chugging my monster and working hard away at what I was writing, I realized tomorrow's trash day, and it was my chore and sole responsibility to take the trash out to the end of the driveway. I would always push it back, and I was a terrible procrastinator. I usually always waited until Wednesday night at the very latest. And because of getting up early for school on Thursday, I never wanted to do it, so I realized, crap, I should probably disconnect from what I'm doing and go take care of it real quick. As much as I didn't want to, and my ADD would not let me break away from writing, it's what I had to do. Otherwise I would hear it and probably be grounded. Yeah, even at 18 and in high school, my parents still had that reign over me. Something I am so glad they don't anymore. So I get up from my desk, make my way down, and grab the trash as needed. We had 2 cans that we kept out on the back porch, so the process was I would empty out all of our bathroom garbage, including the garbage that we kept under the kitchen sink, emptying it out into the 2 canisters, taking the 2 canisters and bringing them around the house and down the driveway. It may be a bit more complicated for most families, since many keep their cans right out by the side of their house. Anyway, as I'm dumping the trash in the 2 canisters on the back porch and dragging them around the side, I see movement near the far end of our yard. Let me give you a little geography in our yard. Our yard is very long and narrow. On the left side, bordering the wooden fence, is my mom's garden. On the right side, my dad has a tool shed and some other miscellaneous farming supplies. I say farming because he always likes to joke that he's a farmer, growing a very small tomato garden. If you go a little farther back, there's a small koi pond, and if you go even farther back, there's a patch of forest that bleeds into the other neighbors' yards. This patch of forest is separated by wooden fencing, which means that we each have our own yards like any normal backyard would be. So even though the woods are present in all of our adjacent neighbors' houses, you still can't go into their yards. You can go back further into the woods, but if you go back a little ways, there's a metal gate, which leads to the back of somebody else's property, and I think a small creek, but I can't really remember. I don't ever go back there. But it's really nothing of interest, just some woods, nothing all that exciting. So anyway, the sound that I hear and movement that I see is what appears to be a large man, but very, very dark, and hunched over, like the hunchback of Notre Dame, is what it reminded me of, except the size was all wrong, and the color. If it was a man, or a large man, you'd be able to see the outline of their clothing. But this figure was just so dark, and even though it was midnight, there was still a faint amount of light. I couldn't tell you if it was a full moon, although that probably would have made it far more creepier. It wasn't so dark you couldn't see 20 feet in front of your face. This figure that I was seeing moving was so dark that it stood out from the darkness, or I guess you could say that it was darker than the surrounding darkness, therefore allowing me to actually see it as it moved. It moved very quickly, and appeared to have horns or something on top of its head pointing up, like antlers or something. I don't know. It moved very quickly, and then disappeared over to the other side of the fence, or the neighbors' houses. It was moving fast, like it was on a mission somewhere. And after it disappeared, which maybe this sighting lasted a whole 5-6 seconds, I grabbed those trash cans and I ran as fast as I could to the front of the driveway, dropping the cans and spilling on our garbage multiple times. I didn't care. I would stop and pick up all the trash as fast as I could, knowing that whatever that was could possibly come towards where I was, completely illuminated by the back porch light and the side house light, meaning I'm a sitting duck, fully exposed and not hidden away. I don't think I've ever taken the trash out so fast in my life, almost hauling those 2 canisters down to the very end of the driveway, running back up, and unfortunately, I had to go back around house to the back door. My father always kept the front door locked, especially at nighttime, which rightfully so with the neighborhood we were in. You can never trust anybody. When I made it back to the back porch, I did not even bother looking out to where I saw the thing. Although I didn't hear anything, which was good, I slammed the back sliding door, locked it, and closed the blinds, running back up to my office and sitting there at my desk, staring at my screen. Now, I couldn't focus. All I could think about was whatever I saw, and I kept trying to convince myself, you just saw things. It was just a large person. Maybe it was a homeless man passing through. Stop freaking out. But none of what I saw made sense. I've seen people walk back there before. Very, very rarely, though. Because if you go further back, there is a small creek that connects everything. And I know there are sometimes people who go back there to party, but this man was far too large. And why were they so dark? There was no even color or clothing that you could make out. It was just all black. I didn't see any eyes, but then I kept thinking about the horns or pointy things on top of its head. They reminded me more of goat horns or something, or antlers, some sort of pokey thing. And after that, I had such a hard time concentrating on writing my paper. After maybe about 10 minutes of staring at a blank, blinking screen, I moved my chair over to my window, which overlooks the back portion of our yard. I didn't see anything. I even looked over in the section of woods where I saw this thing moving from, left to right, never paying any attention to me. I didn't see anything. It was just dark. But I could feel deep down, something was there. I was probably just scared and not thinking straight. After all, it was already gone. I kept expecting it in my mind to just reappear and go back and back again. After maybe staring out the window for a couple moments, I scooted back to my desk, forcing myself to finish typing up this paper. God, I wish I never would have taken out the trash. It took me an additional 3 hours to finish it, and I finally crashed out a little after 3 a.m., after my adrenaline surge and the buzz from my monster energy. I woke up the next day and very tired, almost hungover feeling. I don't attribute that at all to what I saw, but I know I would have gone to bed sooner had I not seen what I did. Well, I never saw anything more after this. The constant feeling of needing to check out my back window, expecting to see that thing there, always lingered, as if I knew it would be back, waiting for me. Hi. This email is not really so much an encounter story, but more so information. You could read it to your viewers if you so wish. I'm sure they would appreciate the information. California, also known as the Golden State, is a place filled with very strange things, from paranormal and supernatural happenings to things rifled with conspiracies. It's no wonder that California is a hotbed for all things strange, mysterious, and unknown. Probably the most infamous is Bigfoot, also known as the Yeti. It's a monster with an evasive background. Over the years, it's been known by many such names as Sasquatch, Yeti, Yeren, and Yowie. It all seemed to stem back to 1958, when Andrew Gonzalez, a journalist at the Humboldt Times, got a letter from one of his readers about a creature named Bigfoot. The letter claimed that loggers had been coming across mysteriously huge footprints that bore no resemblance to a man's in Northern California. However, Gonzalez never paid much attention to the letter. He simply published it in a bid to make a funny tale for his readers. What Gonzalez did not expect was the fierce response from readers who claimed to have seen similar footprints. Therefore, the legend of Bigfoot was born in California. 9 years later, after the alleged sightings of Bigfoot in Willow Creek, a video was released that showed a tall, hairy creature moving around the same area. That same video, what many of us all know, has been put through rigorous, numerous tests in a bid to confirm its originality and validity. To this day, there has still been no official statement whether the video is real or doctored, thereby making people think all they want. Nonetheless, the craze for Bigfoot developed among Californians, and many more sightings were widely publicized. Currently, there are around 1,700 sightings, all reported by California alone. Now, another one you probably didn't know of is Chupacabras. Nobody knows how the name was coined to this day. Puerto Rican newspapers began using the name El Chupacabra in 1992, but the literal translation is goat sucker, and that sure gives people the chills. And Chupacabras have allegedly been seen in South America and California. This creature has always been depicted as lizard-like or dog-like, depending on which variation of Chupacabra you know, and are approximately 3 to 4 feet in height, with a hairless body and rigid spines. Other depictions report that the creature is more kangaroo-like, due to its ability to hop. Some reports have even depicted the mythical creatures as large rat-like beings, or possibly even gargoyles with wings and large fangs. There are many depictions, but one thing is agreed upon. This horrific creature is a bane to humans and animals alike. Small, but possessing great might, Chupacabras have been said to be responsible for all livestock mutilation and numerous mangled corpses in many areas all throughout Southern California. Reports have also mentioned sightings all the way up in Northern California. It is fabled that these creatures don't bleed when shot, and possess an ability known as the paralytic gaze, which is an ability known to vampires. Yet another popular creature, the Dark Watchers. Nobody knows who or what they are, and their origins is shrouded in mist. What the Dark Watchers are observing or looking for is unknown. The only thing that is known about these strange beings is that they live in the Santa Lucia Mountains, which spans from Avila Beach to Monterey Bay. The Dark Watchers are described as human-like figures and can only be seen in the twilight, standing proud and tall as they stare into the night. Witnesses all claim that the Dark Watchers are seen staring at nothing visible, and would often disappear right before their very eyes. The Indians first mentioned these tall beings in their folklore and recorded their existence in cave paintings. Ever since, the Dark Watchers had found themselves in numerous books. In fact, in the 1960s, A resident of the Monterey Peninsula claimed to have seen all the mysterious figures while on a hike. He had spent time staring at these dark, tall phantoms roaming in the majestic mountainside. Upon calling out to his fellow hikers, the figures disappeared into thin air. Lots of other sightings have been recorded, so the legend of the Dark Watchers lives on. California is also home to things that live in the water, like the Tahoe Tessie, for example, lurking in the seas. The Golden State is known for harboring legendary sea monsters that date back to prehistoric times. For example, the gigantic megalodon. The lakes are also home to mythological creatures as well, and one such example is Lake Tahoe's Tessie, a creature that is comparable to the likes of Loch Ness Monster. Tahoe Tessie has the preference of appearing in public a minimum of 12 times in a year. The claims of its existence has led to the creation of a museum, actually, and a local hotline. There are numerous sightings of this creature, with depictions ranging from a 60-foot serpentine-like creature to a gigantic fish-like monster. Tessie's mythology can be traced back to local Native Americans who frequently mention the monster in their own stories. The Washoe and Paiute tribes were the first to mention it, depicting it as a sturgeon sheltered in the depths of Lake Tahoe's waters, which has a depth of over 1,500 feet. Regardless of the numerous urban legends and reports of more than a dozen sightings, it's still under hot debate if its existence is real. And in conclusion, one more mysterious creature that lurks within the lakes of California is Elsie, which has been allegedly sighting at Lake Elsinore. Elsie is said to be a mix of a plesiosaur and a sea serpent. It appears once in a decade, shrouding its origins in mist. The creature is a very important part of the town's culture. Her mythology is also taught to children. Even Native Americans have claimed to have seen Elsie swimming in the waters. And in fact, in 1934, a family who also allegedly sighting a 100-long-foot monster with 30-foot tail creating waves. The claims were confirmed but never verified as true. In 1954, the lake was completely dried out, and to everybody's surprise, there were no sea serpents looking around. Lots of people claimed that Elsie had hidden itself in a nearby cave on the hillside. When the lake was refilled, in the 1960s, Elsie was still the talk of the town. I hope you enjoyed this little segment of information. Just things I've been doing to research on part of California and all the wonderful cryptids that live here. When I was around 12, my dad rented out a cabin that belonged to his friend from work. It was deep in the wilderness, accessible only by a dirt road. I wasn't really excited about going, but I decided not to let in on it. I didn't want to upset my dad. Dad was an outdoorsman. From a young age, Grandpa, his dad, would take him out hunting, fishing, all that stuff. He figured he would take me along to share those same experiences. It didn't matter to Dad that I was a girl. Dad packed some essentials, but was planning on buying certain things we needed along the way. He was told there was a general store some 10 miles away from the cabin, so we would buy stuff like firewood, milk, bread, whatever else we might need. Apparently, there wasn't any electricity in the cabin, so we would have to heat it with our fireplace. Dad even packed his .22 Winchester rifle and a little revolver. I figured we would go hunting at some point. I'd actually never shot a gun before, but Dad said it wasn't that hard, and that we could easily practice. He said the hard part was hitting something. We headed out on a Thursday, and planned to be back the following week. I fell asleep for most of the ride, and when I woke up, we were at the general store. At that point, it was night. Dad bought what he had needed, and we headed off for the cabin. The dirt road leading to the cabin was pitch black, and despite the headlights, you could only make out a few feet in front of you. Dad drove really carefully, to avoid any bumps or big rocks that could easily mess up the tires. The path was way overgrown. Tree branches were sliding along the car. I tried to look out into the forest, but I couldn't make out anything. When we got to the cabin, Dad fished out a couple of flashlights. It was dark at night and freezing outside. We unloaded everything from the car and brought it in. The cabin was pretty small. There were 2 cots to sleep in, a wood cook stove, fireplace, cabinets with plates and tin cups, and a bench, and plenty of spiderwebs. It looked like the cabin hadn't been used in years. It totally creeped me out, but Dad loved it, said it felt more rustic. We put everything in its place, and then went to bed. Dad asked me if I wanted to bring the cots outside to get a good look at the stars. I said no. He chuckled. We both went to sleep. The first few days were pretty nice. We hung out, woke up early, and cooked breakfast. I hiked around the area. Dad taught me how to make a fire. He showed me how to use a compass in case I ever got lost. We even shot the guns at some of the trees. I felt pretty ready for hunting, but Dad thought I needed some more practice before we went. And we needed a license, but he didn't care about that. Dad even offered me my first beer, and I'll never forget that bitter taste, the warm feeling in my stomach. Afterward, we would drag the bench in the cabin outside, set up the empty bottles, and do some more shooting practice. Even though I wasn't excited about the first trip, I ended up loving it. Dad was usually always working, so it was the first time we actually spent time together in a very long time. At night, we would make s'mores, and Dad would tell me stories from when he was a kid. First loves, bullies, pranks that he and his buddies would pull. After the first 3 days, even though I was nervous about it, I wanted to show Dad how tough I was by taking my cot outside to sleep. Dad joined me, and we would both try to see if we could see a shooting star. That once creepy forest began to become something beautiful. One night, I could not sleep. Neither could my father. Despite being deep in the wild, we never really saw or heard any wildlife. Insects, yeah, but never deer or squirrels. Dad was worried about attracting bear, so he made sure our food was secure whenever we went out hiking. But we never saw anything. Since we both could not sleep, he suggested we get the flashlights and hike for a bit, tire ourselves out. Maybe that would help us get to sleep. At this point, I wasn't scared of the night, so I was up for it. Though Dad suggested we bring the rifle and the .22, and just to be on the safe side, in case we ran into something less than friendly. I jumped out of the cot, eager to head out. Dad reminded me to stay close, so we don't lose one another. I put the .22 around the waistband of my pants. Dad joked to be careful not to shoot myself. My dad swung the strap of the rifle around his shoulder securely, flashlight in hand. I followed closely with a flashlight of my own. We decided to hike to a little creek we had found. It was only about 30 minutes away, then returned back, figuring that the hour-round trip would be more than enough. When we got to the creek, there was a horrible smell coming from nearby. I had never smelt something so awful. It didn't take long to figure out what it was. A few feet away from us was a deer, its body mutilated, guts spilt, and its face was torn. This made my father nervous. He suspected a bear must have done this. We began to head back, my dad staying in front of me. The .22 felt cold against my stomach. I shined the light everywhere to see if a bear was following us. I bumped into Dad, and he had stopped. I was going to ask him why he stopped, but he shushed me. His flashlight was pointed at an animal, a bear. It had its back to us, eating a deer.
It hadn't noticed us yet, focused on its meal. Dad motioned to me move slowly, and we began to move around the animal. A stick had broken underneath my foot, and the bear flung itself around. That's when I realized it wasn't a bear. Its face was like a dog's, glowing from the light. It had looked like a bear because of it was being hunched over. Now, the animal stood up on its hind legs, taller than the two of us put together. It was wild and mangy, long hair, long arms, long legs. The animal began to step toward us, snarling, angry. Dad took out the rifle, firing 3 shots into the air. This startled the animal. It dropped down on all fours and ducked into the brush. Dad and I ran back to the cabin, gathered as many of our things as we could, and drove back home, right then and there. To this day, I have never seen anything like it again. As I got older, whenever Dad and I would talk about what we had seen, Dad was sure that what we saw was a bear, and that the flashlights and the shadows made it look bigger than what it actually was. Personally, I'm not convinced, and I don't think he is either. What do you think? Do you think we saw something other than a bear?
This was in a cold night, in a very isolated area. We were on dirt roads, surrounded by trees and the silhouettes of mountains. I had been told that this place didn't have cell service, and that if we were to get into trouble, we'd be on our own for at least 6 hours before somebody could come and get to us. That gave me chills as soon as those words left his mouth. But I had come too far with this story to turn back now. The story about my first dogman encounter. I had researched these sightings heavily since first hearing of them only a month ago, and one thing always seemed to pop up. Follow any road deep enough into the wilderness, and after a few miles, you'd eventually come across the creatures. This was their territory. It was this advice that brought us out here tonight. My friend had been following these creatures for some time now, documenting their movements and behavior in his spare time. He knew of specific sightings in this part of Kentucky, figured that if we bait them with something they're known to hunt close by, then maybe we ourselves could get a closer look at them than anybody has ever gotten before. Was this dangerous? Oh, 100%. Anyway, we made camp for the first night and tried to get some sleep around 3:30 a.m. I was so tired after driving most of the day, but my friend had been up all night looking for more sightings in the area. An hour later, he nudged me awake. The man was manic, told me to grab my equipment. "We're going on a hunt," he said, while assembling his camera gear. After being groggy and had only slept for an hour, we walked into the forest, slowly approaching an open field where we could see through the trees and catch them feeding if they were still out here. He didn't think of them as cryptids. He thought of them as just wild animals that were rare but could still have the possibility of being observed. Even though it was dark, I could tell that something wasn't quite right once we set foot on that field. It's like the gravity and atmosphere itself had changed here, like every object's weight was triple what it should have been, including ours. I tried to shake the feeling and keep moving forward, but something about this place just did not feel natural. "Did you see that?" he asked me. I stopped in my tracks and looked around for what he was talking about. Nothing seemed out of place, but crunch, snap, crunch. It sounded like footsteps, or something walking near the tree line. But when I turned to get a better look, I couldn't find anything there at all. No shadows or movement, other than the branches swaying in the wind. Had this just been my imagination? We stood there in complete silence for several moments before we finally began recording video. That's when it happened. I saw something I still have trouble believing today. It was dark, but there was no mistaking what I saw emerge from the darkness towards us. From one moment to the next, I could see it clearly. A creature, taller than both of us, with this kind of iridescent green glow, fur covering most of its body that looked like a wolf's coat. But I knew right away this wasn't just some strange wolf variant, not by any stretch of the imagination. This thing had human-like arms with clawed, wickedly sharp fingers protruding through its skin, and they were big. Massive hands, fingers, claws, whatever it was. You could tell right away this wasn't normal. And then there was its head, which was pointy on top with a muzzle full of sharp teeth. It didn't even look like it belonged on the same body. We stood there in complete silence as it stared at us for what seemed like an eternity. Honestly, I couldn't believe my eyes. Was this really happening? Was I finally going to catch proof of these mysterious creatures that have supposedly been spotted all across North America for centuries now? And then the monster bowed its head down towards some small grass behind us, started breathing heavily, like it was labored. It moved some branches aside with its hands before crouching down low on all fours, bolting back into the darkness. So fast, you'd think it had never been there at all. That's when I checked my camera and saw that we had been recording for nearly 5 minutes. I was so in shock from what I had just seen. All I could do was stand there in disbelief while my friend frantically shoved me along with his equipment towards the spot where it had just crouched down. "Come on, we gotta catch up with it," he said, snapping me out of my trance-like state. "No way. This one is a story right here," I told him. He looked at me with a dead serious face, begging me to come along. He needed hard evidence for this encounter. If we did not move quickly, this creature might get, and who knows when we'd get another chance to find it again. I don't know why I listened to him, but that's what happened. We both ran into the darkness of the forest after that thing. We ended up losing it after a few moments, and then having no real way to track it. But we had the next best thing: footage. We just needed to get it up on the internet for proof. We ran back home as quickly as we could that night, uploading the footage. But when we reviewed it, the footage looked like garbage, and ultimately wasn't worth even uploading. Sure, you can faintly see this thing from the angle, and us not really paying attention. There just wasn't near enough detail of this thing to constitute as an actual sighting. I guess that's what happens when you're too busy being in shock to worry about the proper details. We sat there trying to figure out what we should do now, but none of our ideas made sense until my friend said something that I wish he had not. "I know. Let's go back tomorrow night. Look around the area for anything unusual." And like an idiot, I let him convince me to try this, even though I knew it wasn't a good idea at all. The next day, we spent researching these same creatures online, checking up on past sightings in the area. There was one sighting around 50 years ago, not far from where we saw this creature. An old hunter, apparently by the name of Ronald, had told local authorities that he had seen one of these entities while hunting in the forest. The only reason it was so far back is because people didn't believe him at first, until his body was found torn apart by what they described as a bear. But we all know how that works out. After reading that story, I knew right then and there that we were walking into a death trap if we really did decide to go looking around for this thing ourselves. God only knows if we ran into more than one. But it wasn't like I could have stopped my friend. He wouldn't listen to anyone, ever since finding out about this whole dogman phenomenon. We went into the forest again that night, armed with 2 cameras instead of 1.
one for me and one for him. Our zoom lenses, plenty of spare batteries and memory cards, and we even had a shotgun with us. I think we were both pretty scared, but we were still confident. I mean, you can't blame either one of us for that. If there was ever a good time to test out the gun's shell ejection system, with no pellets inside, it would have been now. Because after about an hour of walking through the darkness of the forest, without finding anything, my friend, so pumped up on adrenaline, shot up into the air and screamed like he had won some kind of lottery or something. He was always doing weird, crazy stuff like this when we went on these little trips. So I was already used to it by now. I waited for him to come back down from his shooting spree high. After finally coming back down and looking around again, he started to freak out. "Did you see that?" He whispered loudly into my ear while trying his best not to scream this time. I don't know why I didn't, but I just nodded and asked him what had happened. By the expression on his face alone was enough for me to ask another question. One which would have been answered if we had only listened to our guts in the first place. He finally got around to telling me about what he saw when he shot off his gun. "I thought I saw something moving through the trees near where your camera is set up." He told me with a tone of seriousness in his voice, instead of his usual excitement. That's when I fired at it, and the shots went right through the trees, and I saw this thing in the tree looking down at me. Then it disappeared. No matter how afraid I was at that point, I still had to try and not laugh at him for thinking he saw something when nothing was there. But this time, his imagination worked out pretty well. I definitely heard something rustling around in the forest. Maybe my camera caught it too. So, without hesitation, we both ran over to where my camera is set up, hopes of rewinding back through the footage to find some sign of whatever just scared us a couple of moments ago. But as soon as we got there, before my eyes could even adjust to what little light there is nearby, a big gust of wind came rushing through, blowing everything around us. And when my eyes finally adjusted, I saw that our cameras were completely dead. The air around us feeling extremely static-filled, almost electrifying. The same way right before an actual thunderstorm. "Oh God," my friend whispered. Now he was shaken up, because we realized at this point there was no good reason this shouldn't have happened. The day had turned out to be one messed up nightmare. I began focusing my attention on the wind, only to discover that it's not actually just wind making all the trees swaying back and forth. It was something massive, moving in front of us and right above our heads. So, without any second thought, I grabbed my friend by the hand and started running in any direction I could, leaving behind all of our equipment. I could care less. We ran for what seemed like an hour, but really it was probably only 10 minutes. We finally collapsed and stopped. I checked my watch, only to discover that it was nearly midnight. Once again, we pull ourselves up off the ground and continue on our way out of this forest, back towards civilization. Although, we had a ways to go. We must have covered a few kilometers without even realizing it. After walking about another 10 or so minutes, we heard growling like you could never imagine. We had left behind everything. Our shotgun, camera, equipment, in the pursuit of fear. We just wanted to run as fast and as far away from that horrific creature as we could. But even on a full sprint, the growling was getting progressively closer until it seemed like it was right behind us. I looked over my shoulder after gasping for air, only to see its bright green eyes illuminated with its face, looking extremely demonic, as if it had some kind of night vision. I swore, those eyes were following me long after I lost sight of that horrid thing. We lost it at some point and made our way out of the forest, being kilometers away from where we originally entered in, and now it was long past midnight. So, With almost no cars or people anywhere out here, we just started walking down the middle of this road, under the street, under the stars. All of a sudden, my friend let out an ear-splitting scream. And when I looked up to see what was wrong, there it was again, only this time standing right on the woodline of the same forest, which made me realize these things can travel way faster than you think they could, and they are just likely toying with their prey before they kill us. I lost all hope after seeing it. I couldn't run away from it again if I wanted to. My legs were about ready to collapse underneath my weight, but it quickly vanished into the trees around us. And now, I'm on the verge of tears. I have no idea what we're going to do or how we are going to get out of this sticky situation. We began hearing lots of movement in the forest surrounding us. We knew that there were more of these things. We had to get out of there, but we're stranded out here on this lone back road. And now, they were approaching quickly. We had made the mistake of leaving everything back on our spot. We were seriously up the creek without a paddle. My friend was terrified. He just stood there petrified, his eyes wide open, looking at me saying, "We're gonna die out here." I realized in that moment, I still had my cell in my back pocket. I pulled it out, and thank God. I had a few bars. I immediately called 911, telling them we're two hikers who were lost and were being followed by a bear. We needed help. We could hear these horrific screams and yells of whatever was out there, making all sorts of terrible noises, howling back at us in this demonic tone, and it caused us to panic. We weren't sure whether to remain still or to wait until somebody showed up to rescue us. We could hear a lot more movement, now more than ever, and it was getting closer. And within minutes, probably sooner, we began seeing these glowing eyes watching us from the forest on both sides. Several sets of eyes, glowing green, yellow, and amber. I have never felt terror like that in my life. I would hear snarling and growling and gnashing, and then several of the figures began to move forward towards us. In that same moment, we saw some light coming in our direction, and we both instantly knew this had to have been an officer and that we were saved. However, we turned our attention back to the figures moving closer to us, and they did not cease. We started running towards the oncoming car, waving our arms like a crazy person, and they stopped. It was indeed an officer, and we were saved. He gets out of his car, and we start running towards him screaming, and he's putting his hand out, trying to get us to stop. We quickly explain there's no time, and we need to go now. These things are coming. That's when these creatures start howling and growling louder, and he responds to the noises in a way that I've never seen a man's expression go from concerned to terrified in seconds. The color of his face drained almost instantly as he saw for himself these beings in the night, approaching, closer and closer. Seeing the glowing eyes in these large figures, he alerted us to get in the back now. We jump in and he races off, asks us some basic questions, but we tell him our car is just a few kilometers away from here, back north. I've never met an officer who was so quiet and stricken with fear before until this event. He didn't say much, but dropped us off at our car. He said he'd be calling it in about a mile down the road and for us to explain what had happened. For our own safety, we stayed at a hotel that night and have not been back out to those woods since then, at least researching. Well, now, after this experience, there's no way anyone could convince me that there are not things out there in the woods like this that are very real. And whatever you do, don't go into the forest around midnight. These things are nocturnal alpha predators. I would not recommend anybody ever trying this. Those guys know what they're doing and will not hesitate to take somebody's life for for trespassing their territory. I have no idea exactly what we encountered that night, and it was days before we could actually gather the courage to go back in and retrieve our equipment, which, by the way, was left completely intact and untouched. The camera and batteries, and all of our electronics that we had left there, were completely fried. They had been overloaded, something we have no idea how it happened. It had not rained. It's as if something had overcharged them. I just hope that there are more people out there that know what we've experienced. I've not been able to find anybody who knows anything close yet. Sorry for this story being so long. I had just gotten off work, was walking home in a dark area where there were some old abandoned warehouses by my house. Now, I would never walk down this road alone, but my girlfriend was with me. I would not have been too concerned even if I had been alone, because these warehouses are surrounded by electric fencing, and trust me, they are in working order. The road also has a street light every 20 or so feet. It's pretty well lit up. My girlfriend and I are walking down the road, talking about my work, when suddenly, she stops in her tracks. She froze up, looking scared, staring into the darkness of one of the warehouses. I asked her what was wrong, or if she saw something. I must admit that I'm rather predictable. She didn't answer me. She just stood there staring. And finally, after a few moments had passed, I decided to go check it out myself. I walked over to where she was standing and took a look into the warehouse that she was looking. There was nothing there, except dusty old equipment. Then, out of nowhere, this ear-piercing shriek echoed from deep within. It was so loud that I could feel my own chest vibrating. It hurt, and this high-pitched scream made my brain hurt. I looked back at her to see if she had heard it, but when I turned to look at her face, my blood ran cold. Her eyes were wide open in terror, and she just stared into the darkness with this horrified expression frozen on her face. She turned around, grabbing me by the arm, and tried pulling me away from this place as fast as she could. At first, I didn't want to go with her. I wanted to know what was making the noise, but after hearing it again for myself, there was no way I was staying here. I mean, the girl practically drugged me the entire way home, and I didn't say anything. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it wanted to escape from my chest. When we got back to her place, she locked all the doors, turned on every single light in the 10-mile radius, and wouldn't let me leave without going with her. I spent the night there. Nothing else happened during the rest of the night. I'm not exactly sure what she saw. She would never tell me, but it was obviously something that really disturbed her. So I'm going to say that we saw a dogman. I think she heard the noise and started seeing shadows of it moving all around. When she looked at its face, or so I'm guessing, based on her reaction, she saw it plain as day. I just heard the noise and got scared when she started seeing whatever she was seeing. In fact, the next morning she wouldn't talk to me about it. She got really quiet every time I brought it up about what we saw over the next few days. Eventually, I just stopped mentioning it. I could tell that she was upset by it. It's been a few months now since this happened, and things seem somewhat normal. We still talk about work from time to time, but that's about it. Not sure if she will ever be able to get past whatever it is she saw, or what caused her fear. But who knows? Maybe one day when the timing's right, she'll be ready to talk.
So, this all just happened on Memorial Day, 2021, in the biggest little city in the world. I will be using other names in this story out of respect for who they are, but I will use my own name because I'm okay with it. My name's Harlem, and on Memorial Day, I went to my second job as a housekeeping supervisor. Basically, I'm in charge of checking the rooms when they are clean before the guests can check in and use them. I also am in charge of kicking people out, right at 11 a.m. Oh yeah, it's always fun to knock on someone's door telling them they need to go, or they will be charged another day. Some people are so rude, and that's just the way some people are. Anyway, we only have 6 checkouts that day. This hotel is very small, and I made my rounds to all the rooms to see if they're vacant, or if they had some a-hole that tells me they need to go, and the last on my list was room 339. I knock on the door saying, "Housekeeping, room check." There's no answer. I knock a second time saying the same thing. Nothing. So the third time, I say, "Housekeeping," entering the room, and I slid my card in the door slot. It flashed green, and I slowly opened the door. To my surprise, the door only barely budged, and I could see the door latch was latched from the other side. This means somebody had to be in the room to have had it locked. I took a peep through the small opening and saw some bags of merchandise on the table and some miscellaneous dishes in the sink. Took a peep through the small opening and couldn't really see much else. I called out the tenant's name. For the story, we'll call him Russ. "Russ, it's housekeeping." No response. Again, I tried calling out his name. Nothing. Let me also say that when I tried to open the door, I was hit with really cold AC. Colder than normal. Gave me goosebumps. I walked down to the front desk to see the manager. We'll call her Sam, and give her my report on the rooms. She then says to me, "Are you kidding? Russ had his door latched?" I was confused by this comment, thinking to myself, well, Sam, people do that stuff all the time, so what gives? She turns to me with a look in her eyes, as if somebody just pooped in her Cheerios, and says, "Karen," who is the other supervisor, and we shall call her Karen, went to his room yesterday around 11 to tell him to check out, and he told her he needed till 12, but when she came back, the door was latched. I thought about this for a minute, thinking to myself, so this guy is either really paranoid, or there's something really wrong here. She then darts off towards the maintenance room, motioning for me to follow. As I did, and then grabs this tool that looks like a carved meat fork, and tells me to go with her up to that room. When we arrived, she announces herself as the manager, coming in the room, slid the car door to open, called his name. She then explains to me that the tool she had was a tool that would actually pop open the bolt on the other side, so we could enter. In order to do this, you need to have the tool in place though, to crack to fit around the latch. Pull the door towards you to slam it shut, and then at the same time, push the tool forward. I hope that made sense. Anyway, my manager is like 60 plus years old and has a hard time even lifting a coffee cup. So I just had a feeling she wouldn't have had the strength to do it at all on the door. I offered to try it, as it had been 34 minutes of her trying to get it. She says to me, "No, Harlem, I'm the manager. I'm the one who does this." Power trip much? I was blown away by her comment and her utter sassiness. She was giving up, so I offered another way to open the latch by using twine. She agreed to try. So we go to the maintenance room and looked for some. All we found was thick string that I knew was too thick to get this lock opened. But of course, she said she would make it work. I rolled my eyes. There we are, back up to the room again, and I explained to her how to do it, so the latch would pop. Of course she wouldn't let me show her. She was on some power trip, and she tried for 17 minutes and failed every time. Once again, not letting me try, though I knew it was not going to work being that thick. She then scoffs and takes it off. I'm standing there wondering, "Lady, what are you doing? Where did she go?" Again, being hit by that ice-cold AC through the crack. She comes running back about 7 minutes later and has that same tool again. And I'm thinking, good, she's finally going to let me try. Well, I was wrong. She tried and failed again for a good 9 more minutes. Finally, I was so frustrated with the whole situation, I grabbed the tool out of her hand and yelled, "Look, I don't care about your damn power trip right now. You can't open this door and I'm going to try myself." She glares angrily at me but stands aside. I put the tool in at an angle, going downward about halfway. Then, as I slide that in slowly, I take the door handle and slam it shut towards me, and shoving the tool in the rest of the way. I heard a click, and she pushes open the door and dashes in there. So, the way the rooms are set up, the first area is a small kitchenette, which is next to the bedroom as you're walking forward. It's all in one room. No walls except to the right, there is a bathroom. She scrambles to the bed and tells me he's not here. Well, clearly he's not in that room, but anyway. I look to my right to see the bathroom door closed. So let me tell you, up to this point, I have went over scenarios in my head about what could have happened, as we have no idea what happened to this guy. As I reached and pulled the doorknob, chills and shivers went down my spine. As I opened that door, I saw a sight I've never seen before in my life. The gruesome, bloody body of a naked, late 40s Hispanic man was lying face down on the tile next to the toilet. A huge, jagged knife laying next to him. Sam is screaming like a lunatic, yelling that he's been murdered. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. As she does, she turns around and pukes all over the kitchen sink in the other room. And here I am, looking down on this lifeless, bloody body. And of course, I'm always the type to analyze everything. I could see clearly that this man was not murdered, nor did he die unexpectedly, but he had killed himself. Under his left hand, you could see the biggest gash going from just the bottom of his hand down about halfway on the inside of his arm. There was flesh seeping out of this area, and blood that was dry. I quickly get on my phone to dial 911, and as I'm talking to Lucy, is what we'll call her, the operator, she asks me a series of questions about the victim, which I answer them for her. Side note, she had even asked to give mouth-to-mouth to the victim, in which I refused on the grounds and said, "Ma'am, he's dead. I can just see that by looking at him. Nothing's going to bring him back. Plus, I'm not really comfortable giving mouth-to-mouth to a corpse. That's way over the top for me. And gross." As Lucy keeps talking to me, suddenly, their hotel door flies open, and there are 2 paramedics rushing with the stretcher. This whole time, by the way, I kept hearing the old AOL sound, "You've got mail," coming from the old open laptop that was on his bed. Didn't think anything of it at that point, but use it later in theory. The paramedics are asking us both the same questions as Lucy was, in which we answered. The male paramedic told us they'll take it from here, but cops are on their way, and we need to talk to us. Before leaving the room, I noticed a few things besides the laptop, with the notifications every 30 seconds. The peephole was covered with a tissue. There were no clothes anywhere in the room, and this guy was there for a week. The bed was not even slept in, just the open laptop that was plugged into the wall, and a photo on the dresser that had a picture of a young dude. And the TV was turned up so loud, some kind of what looked like a home movie. As I'm back downstairs in the office, I'm thinking in my head what everything means. Yeah, again, I analyze everything, and always pay close attention to detail. I have my own idea of what I think happened to this man. At this point, the police, detective, and coroner have all arrived. I'm writing my statement for the detective. We'll call her Anderson. She asks me to write down everything that happened in detail. As I'm writing that, she leans over to ask me if I had any thoughts on what might have happened. I stopped writing, looked up at her, and took her this time to tell her. I believe this guy killed himself between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. Karen was the last person to see him alive. I believe he was about to cut his wrists, but then heard a knock at 11. He opens the door. It was Karen telling him he had to go check out. This interrupted him. She came back at noon, and the door was latched, and the peephole covered. I think at that time, or very shortly after, he took his life. Karen did not go back to check on him after noon. Because of that hotel, they extend you for another day most of the time. And I guess he was a regular who stayed there a few times a year. I believe he turned down the AC to the coldest setting because the body would decompose at a slower rate with less smell. I believe that the man in the photo of the young dude might have been a son or a friend, maybe a family member that he wanted to say goodbye to. And the TV was turned up loud as well, closing the bathroom door to drown out the sound of him screaming as he plunged the knife into his veins. I believe that he was kneeling, maybe to pray or something when he did that, seeing as how there wasn't any blood coming from his head. If he had been standing, he would have smashed his head on the tile and bathtub. And as for being naked, well, some people believe that the only way to leave this life is like the way you came in. Born naked, die naked. Maybe a purity thing. I'm not really sure. And I believe this was planned. He didn't have any toiletries with him or clothes. And lastly, the AOL mail notification on the laptop, I believe, was because this guy typed a suicide note, probably emailed it, and the people read it, trying to get in touch with him. I told her I also ruled out murder based on the fact the doors latched from the inside, not to mention the windows only open about 25% of the way, simply to keep you from jumping out. The detective looked at me with a mysterious look and said, "Well, I think you should be doing my job. You're surely onto something." She said that she would keep me informed and that the case was ongoing until the coroner would make his final decision. Asked me if I needed anything. I told her I was okay. I walked out of the break room where she had been questioning me and Sam and came up to me and asked if I was okay. I told her yes, but that I wanted the rest of the day off. She agreed. I'll probably never know what really happened to Russ, and again, everything I said about it and how it might have happened is just my thoughts. If anybody else has anything, please share your thoughts. I'd appreciate it. Lastly, I'll leave off on this. The way I feel right now inside, I can't explain. And I could not sleep last night because I have all these thoughts in my head about what happened. Not to mention the gruesome scene I witnessed. I know in time, things will be easier. But for a while, I'll have shivers when I open up the bathroom door in a hotel again. Thank you all for reading and listening. And to Russ, I hope you found peace that it seems like you so desperately needed. I'll keep you all updated on the outcome. First update. So far from today, June 1st, 2021, I was informed today that the photo was his son, who will be flying up on the 2nd to collect whatever he brought with him, and his car. Also, there was a suicide note sent to 5 people. Details about that and what it said were not shared with me personally, as I don't think I'll ever know what it said. That truly is a Memorial Day I'll never forget. I'm out. Harlem. Now, to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year, I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after last trip, I doubt I will ever go again. I had been super excited the week before, as I was to head up to Georgia when the day finally came. I could have died with happiness. I loaded up my dog buddy and all my gear and started the trip. Well, about an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I've never been on before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear, and Buddy and me, we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp, looked around my camp. I saw a small man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp, and we headed onto the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at a little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from my headlamp. The thing was really tall, like 6 or 7 feet, and The eyes were too big to be human. Now, my dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. I mean, this dog has seen bears before and he scared mountain lions away. Why would he act this way unless this was something else? As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible. Like this thing hated me and it could rip me to shreds if I wanted to. Then, it made the scariest noise I've ever heard. It was like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear this thing going crazy. Needless to say, I was. It staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home and didn't sleep the entire night. Later on, I tried to look on the internet of what could have made that noise and nothing came close. So, in conclusion, I really don't know what that was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia.
I spent the vast majority of my teenage life living with my grandfather and aunt. They owned a few dogs, a couple cats, and 2 horses. I distinctly remember my grandfather one night shooting at something that he believed was a chupacabra. Funny thing is, this was in the late 90s. I had never even heard of a chupacabra before. Not until the early 2000s, when it kind of became popularized on TV. Shows like Sci-Fi and Discovery Channel, where they would have those cryptid shows that talk about Bigfoot. Then, they began talking about a small dog-like creature, or at least what they thought was, that was draining the blood out of animals. While some thought this to be the work of alien abduction, my grandfather got a good look at the creature that was responsible. Going out one morning to take care of his 2 prized horses, one was found dead in its stall, 2 large puncture holes found in its neck. What was alarming was that the puncture holes in its neck were 3/4 of an inch in diameter. That's huge, and they were 1.5 inches apart. No blood, nothing. It was as if the blood had just completely drained out of the horse. The horse also appeared to have been dead for several days, even though my grandfather had just tended his horses the night prior. I can remember that being a very hard loss for my grandfather. Since Grandma died, he became really attached to those 2 horses, spent a lot of time with them, riding them. He was definitely an animal lover, and losing that one horse, that was really rough. That same night, this thing came back on, which would I believe to claim the life of the other horse. He had his rifle ready, and when it came on near the stall, he got a good look at it, and coming from someone like my grandfather, he was pretty scared. He said that the bullets appeared to go right through it, and that it appeared as if this creature had crawled right out of the pits of hell, or at least appeared to be that way, aesthetically. In fact, he kept making references of like a large cat, or even a saber-toothed cat, mentioning how it had large protruding canines coming from the front of its mouth that were oversized for its entire body, and was ultimately terrified by the sheer speed and force that this creature seemed to possess. He called it otherworldly, and said he has never in his entire 86 years of life seen anything remotely close to what he saw. It wasn't a wolf, and it wasn't no dog. This thing was larger, and was almost a smoky black color. He also talked about the horrendous smell of sulfur and rotting meat. I don't know if that has anything to do with the actual sightings of Chupacabra, but it was a very interesting note. I'm now 42, and my grandfather has long since passed away, but this encounter has always stuck out to me, because even though I didn't physically see it, my grandfather was very much shaken up, and our little farm, our little home, was attacked by one of these things. So, in a way, I like to say that we actually had a real-life encounter with these things. I'm not writing this into you with the claim to know anything about cryptids or anything that goes on in the world, but I can share my disturbing experiences
At least one. I had some pretty close friends who lived in the Navajo reservation. Believe me, I know they have their own sets of standards and rituals and lots of crazy weird things that happen on their own reservation. A lot of things I don't quite know about or understand. But I tried to ignore all that the best I could. And I spent time there often because my friends were, well, very hospitable and would always want me over, enjoying time with their family and other relatives. Because of this, we would spend time outside often, not during the nighttime, of course, but during the day, exploring, going on hikes when we could. And I'll never forget one day where my friend and his family took me out to this really cool place that I'm not going to name because I feel like naming it would be leading people to go there, assuming you are going to read this. But this place is kind of higher up, and it's actually in Arizona, a little ways away from the reservation. We drove out because my friend and his family have family that live out there. Anyway, on this trail, about 3 p.m., we found at least 4 or 5 dead coyotes, all of them having their blood completely drained of their body. And even the way they had died, they had this terrible expression on their face, as if they died in terror, and they had huge gash marks on their neck. Not like a knife, but like something bit or torn to their neck. No other part of their body was ripped open, cut open, sliced. No damage, nothing. It's as if something had just tore their neck and left. The other strange thing was there was no blood anywhere around them, nor was the wound on their necks bloody at all. Their body also didn't appear to be decaying, which is very weird. As you know, any cadaver left under extreme heat conditions rots and decays pretty quickly, especially when there's humid conditions. But these had clearly been there for what appeared to be days, but also appeared to be fresh. Let me explain a little better. Fresh, as in there was no flies, like it was a fresh cadaver, but the corpses clearly looked a little bit old, like they were kind of mummified in a way. It was very strange, and I think it was because a lack of any apparent body fluids. I had never seen anything quite like it. The marks on their neck, all at the same spot, the same size, kind of looked like a mix between a gash and a tear. It's hard to really explain how it looked, but it was very strange, and it all creeped us out. In fact, after about a mile or so, we ended up turning back, because these corpses were littered almost all over the trail. This isn't a public nature preserve trail, just more of a little private area that their family frequents. This has always bothered me for a long time, mainly because I never know who to talk to get answers. But after watching a lot of your videos, I feel like you might have a pretty well-educated opinion and guess on what it is that I saw. When I was 12, me and a few friends ventured through a local graveyard, a rather large one, actually. I don't know, maybe 10 plus acres? It's a pretty large graveyard. Anyway, being 12 years old, we thought it was fun and very creepy. But the actual story takes place when we saw something towards the center of the cemetery. Like most cemeteries, it wasn't filled with spooky owls or dead trees or mist. It was your pretty stereotypical North American cemetery. Lots of graves, a black iron fence surrounding, and lots of very much alive trees. But on this night, around maybe 1 a.m, it's obviously pitch black, tucked away from the road, and all we had was flashlights. All 3 of us, including me, saw this creature, which scurried away, very strangely. When we saw movement up ahead, we all shone our lights, and by the way, at this point, we're walking towards the center of the cemetery, where there is an incredibly large oak tree. We shine our lights because we think we saw movement, and sure enough, this large figure comes heading out to the right and leaps and jumps.
but it was walking on all four. We only saw it for a couple of seconds, and to give you the best description, it was a pale white-gray color, on all fours, kind of like a hairless dog, but I can vividly and distinctly remember these long spikes or spines coming out of its back and back legs. The head was much more humanoid. It kind of looked a little bit dog-like, but very alien-like. Large black eyes, and it had these massive fangs coming out of its mouth. I'm not talking about just vampire fangs. I mean large fangs for every teeth, like there were too many teeth for its mouth. It didn't really look in our direction, but its mouth was open, and this thing was a pretty good-sized animal. It kind of hesitated for a second, jumped out of the oak tree, and then off it went into the night. It moved so fast that our flashlights could not keep up. It scared all of us, and so we left and ran away. We've always talked about it since, and I'm still really good friends with those 3 kids that I did that with. We bring it up casually, always wondering, what is it that we saw that night? While one of us speculates it was the rake, or a crawler, I'm not so sure that it fits the descriptions. Sounds like it could be something alien, or more than that. What's your opinion?
The story you're about to read is real. I finally decided to go public with my experiences after nearly 3 decades with just a few close family members and friends knowing. This was only my first occurrence with shadow people growing up. I had many more, mostly in my preteens to teens. Most of my paranormal experiences occurred within a range of 15 or so years, give or take. My earliest experience began when I was only 3 years old or so, and my last profound experience tapered off around 19 years of age. The story begins with my first paranormal experience of shadow people. My parents met in the late 80s and were both serving members of the military. Shortly after they met, both my parents were assigned to an Air Force base in Ontario. I was born there, and my brother followed shortly afterwards. Roughly a year after my brother was born, we were both transferred to a Providence in Quebec. We were located in a highly francophone region in Quebec, where my father had been posted to an army base. My parents decided to buy a house in a neighboring town. It wasn't a luxury home, but I enjoyed my time there as a kid. We had a large backyard, which I spent a lot of time in. The history of the house is unknown to my family and I, but from the looks of it, the house did not appear haunted. It wasn't bent out of shape. It was not a fixer-upper. It was just your regular 1970s to 1980s cookie-cutter house in an ordinary middle-class neighborhood. I suppose this might be one of the many visions of what a basic family home would look like in North America. In this house, at 3 years old, everything started. We were what I thought was an average family, but happy and in good health. Nobody had any serious issues. The family dynamic was awesome, and my dad was incredibly creative and fun. For the most part, we were good children. We did well in our early years of school. We weren't too spoiled, especially because we couldn't afford to be. But my mother did everything she could to pamper me and my brother. She wanted a good life for us. She would save her money to ensure we always had new clothes and shoes for school. She always also taught us good manners, to treat all people with respect, and to not judge others. Despite their eventual separation, they remained to be amazing parents. They always did their best to offer us a good life. While we moved to this town, my mother sacrificed her service to follow my father's. I believe it was a fluke that they were previously posted to the same base, because in the 1980s, career managers were not as accommodating to service couples as they are now in Canada. She decided to use this opportunity to raise her children and look after the home, until we were old enough to look after ourselves. Once you entered the front door of the house, there was a small square area for removing your boots, hanging your keys. There were 2 sets of stairs directly in front of you, one to the ground floor and one to the basement. Below and directly to the left, there was a bathroom, and inside the bathroom on the left side, there was a small storage space. The space was large enough to kneel down and walk into. So, my dad used the space to develop the film, since it was dark and secluded. While the restroom was on the left, my room was on the right, which was beside my parents' room. I had a small window in my bedroom on the left side that had a partial view of our large fenced-in backyard. I couldn't see anything, though, since the window was located high enough on the wall and I was almost at the basement level. Plus, I was just a little guy. I vividly recall many details. My parents purchased my bed for me for the first time when we moved into that house. It was lifted up onto a metal frame and painted a bright red, like a cherry color. There was also a railing that my parents later took off when I became older. It was between the ages of 3 and 4, but well before kindergarten before I experienced something so impactful that it would be forever burned into my head until this very day. Most nights, we probably went to bed between 7 p.m. and 8. We were familiar with the routine and we followed it. We had a very regimented, very military style of discipline in our home. I mean, not only were my parents in the military, but so were the previous generations in my family, and that culture carried on. Sure, we weren't perfect kids, but I like to think we were well behaved. One night, which looks identical to all other nights as a child, except Christmas, I awoke in my cherry red bed. I could hear them talking upstairs with the TV on, struggling to fall asleep, so I lay down on my bed, looking around the room like any curious child would. I was getting uncomfortable, so I turned over to my left side, which would have been facing the door to my bedroom. It was now dark enough in the room, but I was in my room long enough for my eyes to be well adapted to the darkness at this stage. The only light I had for my room was the gentle backside of a faint porch light, and any ambient light from the moon, if any. I looked around the room, and then I began to draw my attention to my bedroom door. It had passively piqued my interest because I noticed that the area located directly in front of my closed bedroom door was unusually dark. I remember being able to look at the surrounding walls, but not that specific area for some reason. I kept watching the black mass, and I would look away a few times, still looking around the room. I looked back at the door, and in the confusion, saw an opaque black figure in the outline of a person standing right there. It was probably about 8 or so feet away, give or take. I wasn't initially scared, and instead, I think I've kind of giggled, thinking it looked like a person, and that some object in my room was obviously creating a very telling shadow of a humanoid. I kept looking into the shadows, but I began to realize that something seemed strange. The shadow itself was not on the wall. It was off the wall, in the room, standing like a person, opaque black in color. No light seemed to come through it or be emitted from it. It was not transparent. It was not translucent. It was a deep black hole. I'm talking black. I was still confused, and I didn't put too much thought into it. So I kept gazing. In one moment, I was relaxed and intrigued as to what was causing this image in front of me. But in the next, I was struck with paralyzing fear as I started to see the figure move towards me. It wasn't walking like a human or something I'd even recognized on the planet at that moment in my life. There were almost no features. There was no face, but I could clearly discern the shape of the body, arms, legs, and so on. He, or it, resembled a man. When the shadow approached me, it didn't do so by walking. There was no fluid human-like limbs moving around in a human-like, even Earth-like fashion. This shadow would vanish and then reappear a step or two closer in just a moment, as fast as a shutter can trigger on a camera. I didn't stop looking. I could not shout. I trembled. I cried. I had my blankets set against my eyes, but I kept watching, as if it was a film. It continued to move itself towards me, disappearing, reappearing, disappearing, reappearing. until it or he stood right over me by my nightstand. At this point, I was petrified. I couldn't do anything. With the speed, I threw the blankets over my head and buried my face as deeply as I could into the pillows and blankets, without suffocating. It never left. My eyes remained closed, but it made no difference. 3 of these other shadows were penetrating their way into my mind, even though my eyes were sealed shut. These shadows were morphing vividly into horrifying faces, shapes, and grotesque images, all with the purpose of causing overwhelming fear. I could see them in my head with my eyes closed, and they were clear as day. It was almost like they were telling me, "You can't hide from us." I felt like them taking great pleasure in my pain and torment and fear. It was dark and sinister, and I could not get these figures to leave. I felt trapped, like a deer being surrounded by wolves. I could no longer bear it, as I knew I had no place to hide. Somehow, I managed to muster the courage to dash out of my room and scream for my parents. I remember running up the stairs to the living room and tipping on the way as I shouted, "Mom and Dad, I have a man in my bedroom." Emotionally distraught, weeping, trembling, hyperventilating, trying to breathe. My mother did what I think most moms would do, and try to reassure their kid that it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. I insisted on the fact that there was a man down there, but my parents took me back to bed, turned on the light, said a prayer while leaving a holy crucifix underneath my pillow. It is the only case I can recall in this specific town. But it wasn't my last experience. They came back at times later in my life from the age of 9 to 18, and at a much higher intensity. This story happened to me around 4 years ago, and when I think of a scary experience, it's this one. I've been listening to the podcast for a while now and decided it was time to share. Around this time, I was 7 or 8 and I can't quite remember. I was with my sister, who was a year younger than I. We were going to sports practice, and my mother had to run a few errands. If you've never been to a home goods store, it's basically a store with all kinds of things to decorate your house. For instance, decor, furniture, rugs, kitchen utensils, sculptures. We had been planning on buying a couch for somewhere in the house, but my sister was being stubborn and insisted she stay in the car. And finally, my mother just went in by herself, leaving us in the car. Now, we had parked our car, with heavily tinted windows, mind you, in front of a locksmith shop, which, is like those small booths that sold keys. My sister and I became very bored and decided to see how many keys we could see on display, or at least how many we could count, which was fun at the time, I guess. We were sitting in the back of the car, and we did not have cell phones, which will be important later. Then, we see this man come to the booth, and then another person came up from inside of it. The locksmith who left the booth had a small object in his hand. At the time, I couldn't tell what it was, but now I know it was probably an electronic lockpick or some other tool. They both shared a few words and pointed to our car. We were both scared and didn't speak, and even more frightened when they came to the driver's side door and we heard a mechanical clicking sound echoing through the car. My sister began to scream and my adrenaline fired up, my brain entering autopilot mode as I flicked the lock of my door, setting off the alarm to the locked car. The locksmith and the other man jumped and stepped back, frightened and taken aback by the alarm. They both jogged over to the booth and shut the door. All the while, I kept flicking the lock of my door to keep the alarm going and trying to comfort my crying sister. The 2 men ran out of the booth, got into the locksmith van, and drove off. I was too shaken to get the license plate number, but eventually, my mother came back to the car and we tell her what happened. She didn't call the police because he didn't get inside the car. There was nothing we could do. Every time we drive by that booth, I can't help but think what would have happened to us if I had not been quick to think. Now, to start this off, I'm a 22-year-old dude with loads of energy. This will be relevant later. So much that I usually take midnight walks around my house to get me ready for bed. I cannot sleep before 2 a.m. My parents recently told me that they were going on vacation and needed a house sitter. Being the cheap parents they were, they asked me to watch their cabin in some random forest 30 miles to the nearest town and 3 miles to the nearest neighbor. A cabin in the middle of nowhere, all alone, with a lakefront view. Who could say no? I told them goodbye and wished them luck on their trip, and I arrived at the cabin the next day. The first day went well because I thought they didn't have cable or service. I was wrong. They did. I finished, swam, and ate good food. But the second day is when the nightmare started. The time was about 1:08 in the morning, and I could not sleep at all. I put my boots on, headed out in the cool night air for a little brisk walk. I walked around the house a couple of times and stood by the edge of the thick forest. Just when I was about to head back to my bed, I heard footsteps from the trees. Now, I'm used to deer being everywhere around my house, but the footsteps sounded way heavier than that of a deer. Being the curious chap that I was, I threw a rock in the thick brush to see if it would run off. Silence. At first, then I heard something I wish I didn't. Laughing. Not from a normal person, but from someone who's insane. Then, the same rock I threw was thrown right back at me. I never ran that fast in my life. When I turned on my car and the headlights came on, I could see a bald man still laughing where I was a second ago. I sped until I reached the end of our long driveway. Then, I called the sheriff and had to wait for about an hour. When they get there, they thought I was just joking. But they checked where I told them to. They found rope, duct tape, and a long knife, and a faint, bloody trail leading to another cabin some far away into the trees. Inside was just a bunch of scribbles like a child does and a rag covered in blood. The police looked all around and even checked our cabin, but he was never found. The next day, my parents canceled their trip, sold the place in less than 2 weeks. I chat with myself, wondering whose blood was in that cabin and what would have happened if I never found that man in the woods. The following events happened to my father in the late 1960s when he was roughly 7 or 8 years old. I have changed the names for privacy's sake. Growing up in a rural Canadian town to a poor family, my father Dean and his siblings never had much in the way of entertainment. Often left unsupervised, the 3 children were all too frequently left to their own devices, giving them ample opportunity to indulge in interesting and sometimes provocatively dangerous activities. After accumulating several injuries this way, rather than putting their foot down, Dean's parents chose a more hands-off approach. The children's misadventures became all too easy to ignore completely. On a warm summer evening, the sun still burning high in the sky, Dean found himself wandering the neighborhood with 3 of his good friends who happened to live nearby. Spending most of the day roughhousing and pulling pranks, these group of kids decided their fun just wasn't over yet, and brainstormed on where to play next. One of Dean's friends, Thomas, suggested they go play in the local quarry, as there were plenty of boulders and sand dunes to climb on. Being a year or so older than the other boys, Thomas's ideas always seemed like good ones, and they all needed to head out to the big pit. Upon arriving at the quarry, dunes upon dunes of sand loomed over them, and the group of kids headed straight for the tallest one. They all took turns climbing up, sliding down through the sand. They were having what seemed like innocent fun, and had no idea their fun was about to quickly come to a terrifying end. Atop the dune, Thomas readied himself to slide down to his friends, waiting just below. Dean and the other 2 boys, Will and Jason, sat on the lower part of the dune, cheering on Thomas. But as he began to slide, their cheers turned into screams of horror. With Thomas came an avalanche of heavy sand engulfing the 3 boys entirely. Unable to stop, Thomas rode the wave of sand to the bottom of the dune. He quickly realized his friends were all buried alive in its wake. Frantically, Thomas began digging through the sand. A minute passed before he could hear a faint voice from beneath the dirt. He clawed and clawed until eventually he uncovered Dean, out of breath and pale as a ghost. Having been set up higher on the dune than his two friends, Dean had been fairly close to the surface after the avalanche. The two continued to dig randomly, not knowing where or how deep Will and Jason were in the piles of sand, realizing the severity of the situation. They knew they needed help. They separated, each running home as fast as they could. Dean burst through the door to his parents' house, yelling that his friends were buried in the quarry, and that he desperately needed help digging them out. Covered head to toe in dirt, and obviously distressed, his parents took one look at him, shook their heads. Rather than help and concern, he got a lecture. They didn't believe his story. He continued to beg them for help, but to no avail. Eventually, getting impatient, Dean fled the house to head back, hoping that Thomas's parents hadn't been so ignorant. He arrived shortly to find Thomas, his parents, and several neighbors digging furiously through the sand. After several minutes, the boys' bodies were found amongst the dirt, completely limp. It was too late. Ambulances came, and officers got details from Dean and Thomas. The two surviving boys never spoke again after this accident. Dean was never given any of the support or resources he needed to deal with the traumatic events that day. He lost his best friend in an instant, and has never truly found closure. Wawina was an alternative high school in the inner western suburbs of Sydney, Australia. It started out as an old shipping terminal in Balmain and moved to Callan Park, which is also a mental asylum, halfway during my time there. So, this is a true story, and I have more. This is not really paranormal, but creepy and sad. What's up there? We had just moved to the Roselle Hospital, which is a mental asylum, 1983 to be exact. A bunch of us, 15-ish kids, wandered off from school looking for an adventure. I was in 10th grade at the time, and was always up to no good. We noticed days before that there was an old chapel there, all boarded up. We managed to peer through the gaps and in the boards through the stained glass windows to see stacks of dirty chairs and a stage and more dusty furniture. Above the stage at some height, there was another round stained glass window. This had a ledge about 3 or so feet wide. We pried off some boards when we noticed a small door behind them. We pushed at the door, and to our surprise, it was not locked. We got in. Our group consisted of about 8 or 10, I can't fully recall the number, of us, clambering in through this very small 3-foot door into the chapel. We thought, how cool. We have another hideout from the teachers, and of course schoolwork. A couple of the kids had joints, and they wanted to share with us, and they all commenced to light and hand them around. We all sat in a circle, polished off the floor, covered in dust, and talked and teased each other, as kids of that age normally do. One of the group then noticed a rag-type thing hanging from the circular window above the stage. It looked as if it was attached to something. A few of the taller people, I was very short and tiny at the time, grabbed the chairs and stood on them to get a better look. They saw a mass of what looked like material and what looked like a suitcase up there. We all chatted for a while, trying to work out what was in that suitcase and what it was doing up there. Then somebody got the great idea to do a human pyramid below it. Send a tiny me up the pile of human beings to go have a look. They tried a few times to keep themselves together, and once they steadied out, I began to climb up. I wasn't really looking forward to going into an area, but all just concentrating on getting myself up on this human pile. I saw the ledge and managed to pull myself up and sit on it. I turned around, and to my complete horror, and I bloody well screamed, I saw a mummified human being sitting there next to the stained glass window, It was curled up, knees against its head. Its head was definitely a man's. The skin looked like old leather and split all over of the place from exposing bone. Eyes sunken in, teeth exposed, with dried up lips peeling back. Reddish short hair, and looked as if he were wearing pajamas. They were all stripped with faded blue lines. One of his bony hands firmly gripped the suitcase. I called the full description down to the human pile beneath me, and I looked down to see the pile, my way down, melted away below me, as my school buddies realized what I was telling them. I then looked closely at the suitcase. It was very old, possibly the 1940s, and had an Australian Army emblem on it. It was brown and leather, pretty dusty, but no matter how much I tried, I could not get myself to pry his hand away from it. I then called down to my friends and begged them to get me the F down from here. Eventually, they were able to get themselves together enough to make the human pile again. I quickly scrambled down. Then, I told one of the guys at the top to have a look themselves. I was in total disbelief at what I had just seen. The pile shifted a bit as one of the smaller boys at the top started to look. Then a scream of horror. Next thing I knew, the whole pile of people were on the floor, all looking sore and bewildered. We stood around talking about what to do. If we got help, we were basically turning ourselves in for smoking and a break-enter. For smoking and breaking and entering. We finally came to an agreement that the man needed to be found and went back to school and told them the whole story. Police came, statements were taken, warnings were given to all of us. The school made each one of us call our parents to tell them what we had done. But before that, we begged the police to find his family and to please come back to tell his story and how he died. We felt we were owed that. Well, we finally found him, and we needed to know if his family had peace. We didn't think any more about it until 2 months later. All of the group were suddenly ripped from class and asked to go to one of the rooms for a chat with the police. I have to state that many of the kids there were very troubling family situations, or had very bad experiences with the police. I was one of those who hadn't, but still was trembling, thinking I was going to have to go to juvie or something. Anyway, we all got there, and the cops were solemn looking. I thought, oh. Anyway, the sergeant then commenced to speak. He told us his name, which I only remember his first name, and it was David. He was a soldier in World War II, and he fought against the Japanese. He himself was a prisoner of war and subjected to daily torture and starvation. Eventually, he would make it back to Australia alive, but suffered from severe shell shock and PTSD. He was then committed to that same asylum. For that, he wrote to his relatives daily on how he just wanted to go home. He escaped his ward after 15 years in the early 1960s, trying to go home it seems, but probably suffered a heart attack or stroke while hiding up in the round window. We then asked the police what was in his suitcase, and the female police officer said everything he had owned. One of us asked her, what was that? She said, 2 pairs of pants, 3 shirts and a jacket, 2 pounds in old coins and cash. Then she stated, it was determined he escaped and started a new life somewhere, although his wife and then children kept looking for him. She then said they were grateful to no one for finding him and returning him to them. If I can recall right, I then asked how old he was. She said he was 47. The police left, and we all gathered outside to chat. We figured his body was up there for more than 20 years, alone. We were all very saddened to think that he was alone when he died, and the fact that all he wanted was to go home to his family. Then, months passed. The school was putting on a nightly performance. Parents there were applauding us. The night went really well, we all thought. Everything seemed normal until the dark chapel window started to glow light. We could see the dark building through the trees at the top of the hill. We all looked up in shock as just the window where we found the man lit up in such a bright light. It was beautiful, and we all looked at each other and we thought the same. The soldier that we had finally found peace. I've worked at Bark Corp for about 4 years now, and during this time, I've made notice some pretty strange happenings. See, Bark Corp is a shipping company, but don't bother looking it up, as this isn't the actual name of the company. Privacy and all. Bark Corp ships everything and anything, and I do mean that literally. Car parts to plane engines, and regrettably for me, dead bodies. Yes, you read that correctly. Dead bodies. And they aren't always whole. Before I get too far into details, I should probably back up to day 1. I was told to be on site at 7 p.m. sharp. Once I arrived, I was shown the warehouse, introduced to a few second shift workers who'd be leaving as I got into work, given a quick tour, and then sent off to work. The entire thing was uneventful, except 2 oddities. The first, my building is only 2 stories, yet it still has an elevator that apparently does not work. I'd been advised to stay out of it completely, no matter what. I had casually joked about saying, "What if I hear a kitten?" My boss looked me dead in the eye, with a straight face, and repeated very sternly, "No matter what." 2. The closer to 10 p.m. it got, the more skittish my coworkers became. One person even racing to get out the front door at the last minute, before 10. Red flags? Maybe. For me, this place seemed like a perfect job. Work alone, and as long as my work is done, no one cares what else I do. So, red flags brushed aside, I began my night job. Now, the events that transpire from this point are weird, and I'll do my best to categorize my notes over the years and list them in a proper timeline. Perhaps someone out there can come up with a logical conclusion, because at this point, I really don't know what to think about this place anymore. I'm going to start with the warehouse. This is a large 20-foot high rectangular building, roughly 2,000 square feet across by 3,000 feet deep. It's a temporary storage for items that will not fit in our off-site warehouse, or items I have to keep an eye on stuff worth a lot of money, or items like body parts needing temperature checks hourly. At 10 p.m., I am the only person in the building. This is important because our entire building, save for the bathrooms, is rigged with automatic lights and recording systems. So, I'm only a month into this job when the call comes in, and we receive a box of parts. After taking the information and care instruction from the caller, I enter to the warehouse to prep for receiving. To my surprise, every single light is on. I brush it off, not fully familiar with how the automated system works here. I remember thinking the cams must track my movement, and possibly turn on the lights where the computer thinks I'm going. I'll have to test this later, but make a mental note of it. An hour later, the box shows up. Small enough to carry 2 feet by 2 feet, covered in frost. I slip on my protective gloves, take the box from the driver, and put it into cold storage. I notice from the corner of my eye the driver poking his head inside the bay door, his face pale and eyes wide. I remember turning to question why he looked sick, but the driver backed away before I could say anything. Before closing the cold storage door, I took note of the packing list, rolling my eyes. Men have such averse reaction to anything dealing with the penis, especially if the subject is castration. I mean, if a box of boobies shows up, I wouldn't be walking around a pale, blubbering mass just because I have them. But to each their own, I suppose. Regardless, I still need a signature for the drop-off. So I exit the back door to find him shaking nervously by his truck. I recall trying to joke at his nerves, but he wasn't having it. Okay, so he doesn't appreciate my sense of humor. It's fine. I hand him the papers to sign, and as I wait, he questions who else is working. We have a brief discussion of my work hours and when everybody else leaves, but he kept looking behind me. By the end of it, I felt this driver was going to return and try to steal my items. Why else was he so interested in who was here? That was the primary fear in the back of my mind, until I turned. All the lights had gone out. Even the rooms on the second floor now lay in dark shadows. The driver said he'd be afraid to be in there alone as he got back into his truck. I watched him go before facing the building again. I again assumed this is going to be the automated system shutting off all the lights, since I'd left the building. With the driver gone and most of my duties that night already completed, I decided to take a break and test it. Since I'd have to check the cold storage every hour or so, it was the perfect opportunity. So, I stepped into the doorway. Only the light directly over me had flicked to life. I'd never seen the lights come on until now, so I wasn't sure if this was normal. As I walked back to my office, the rest of the lights behaved similarly, only flicking to life when I was close to them. I spent the next hour wandering both floors of the building. Every room, each hallway, always the same result. Lights only turn on when motion is close. They seem to stay on longer than an hour, too. By the time I made my way back to the cold storage, the lights were still on from where I'd walked on the aisles an hour before. So, I continued my experiments with the lights and camera system all night. I finally concluded that with confidence, there was no way the cams or lights would turn on if the sensors did not detect motion. 4 years later, and the system still puzzles me. Some nights I enter the warehouse and only one back corner light is on. Should be impossible, considering how many aisles you must cross to get to the corner. There is no way to get to that corner without setting off all the other lights on the way. I've sat to watch the cams, curious to catch something. The outside of the screen will light up red when the camera senses movement. Although I've never seen anything moving. There's a strange flashing floaty light in the warehouse, only visible to the cameras. But for some reason, the overhead lights aren't triggered by it. Anyway, the light system is all I have time to describe right now. I'll get to everything else eventually, but catching up 4 years of notes is a little tedious. I'll post again when I get the next pile of papers organized. In the meantime, what's up with the lights around here? It was a hot summer day. The humid air covered my body like a wet blanket, just as the powerful rays of sun landed my shirtless body. From every direction, I could hear the mild, soothing sound of chimes that were gently being played by the ocean breeze. As I looked down the path in front of me, I counted dozens of small seashells scattered within the sands of the beach. Looking out on the horizon, I could see the ocean tide working its way down the shore, exposing the small patches of reef that were hidden by the sea during the day. While enjoying the peace and tranquility of the moment, my mind was full of excitement for the night to come. Growing up, my family had a decades-long tradition of hitching up the travel trailer once a year and taking a 2-week-long vacation to Mexico. This small town in Mexico, known mostly as Rocky Point to vacationers and tourists, is a small beach town in the northern eastern point in the Gulf of California. Most people would have no idea that such a tranquil oceanfront destination is only just a few hours' drive away from Phoenix, Arizona's very capital. And to this day, I vividly remember the trips from the back of our family Suburban. I would look out the window and watched the landscape change from the Arizona's high desert of pines, juniper trees, and rolling valley meadows to a gradually more barren desert. By the time you get to the rocky point, all you can see in the distance are rolling sand dunes with scattered desert plants and cacti. To anyone traveling there for the first time, the barren atmosphere can leave you wondering why you're even there. Why would anyone ever recommend Rocky Point as a vacation destination? But once you enter town, you realize why the place has become so highly recommended. Rows and rows of outdoor booths line both sides of the main street. Vendors trying to sell you clothes, knickknacks, decorations, furniture, all of which have flair and cultural undertones of Mexico's rich history. Perhaps the greatest of all, the best food that will ever pass your lips. I've always had a love for Mexican food, but sitting at a breezy beachfront restaurant, looking out at the anchored fishing boats that supplied the very shrimp in your tacos, words simply do not do it justice. Rocky Point, Mexico is simply put a destination of peace, tranquility, and unparalleled recovery for the weary soul. Looking back, perhaps the surreal atmosphere combined with my childhood naivety left me with the feeling that nothing bad could ever happen in such a wonderful oasis. One fateful night, however, would change my attitude for years to come. Being in my early teens, mischief was simply baked into my DNA. My brother and I, along with some friends, would frequently spend our evenings on the secluded low-tide beach lighting off fireworks we purchased from local vendors. Some fireworks were relatively harmless, such as Roman candles and bottle rockets. Other fireworks had a much bigger kick and were loud enough to set off the alarms of cars distantly parked within the beachfront trailer park. One evening, we had just lit off the last of our fireworks and started scheming on what other antics we could employ to keep ourselves entertained. One friend had the crazy idea of taking a nighttime swim. These were known to be very calm waters anyway. Small waves, practically no major currents. Before we knew it, we had stripped down to our swimming trunks and heading in. Now, the beaches in Rocky Point taper at a very shallow angle. Even after going out to the open waters just a quarter of a mile, I could still stand on the bottom and keep my head above water. At some point, we decided it was time to head back. At this time of the night, our only source of light on the waters were the stars, as well as the mostly full moon. On a night like this, the visibility is surprisingly good, with the water reflecting the moon's light in all directions. Despite the relatively good visibility, seeing under the water was simply impossible. As I looked down, my body to see the waterline was now about the height of my mid-waist. I had a bit of an uneasy feeling. However, it was not until that moment it occurred to me that if something were underwater with me, I would have no way of knowing it. Little did I know that my fear of the unknown was going to get much, much worse. As we waded through the water, working our way back to shore, something bumped into the back of my legs, hard enough to almost take my legs out from under me. I jolted forward, turning to look down at the waters behind me. I felt a tingling sensation run up my spine, and my hair stood up on end as I saw a light-colored blur disappear into the dark, murky waters. Now, my heart began to pound. The sound of my own heartbeat nearly drowned out the sound of my friends splashing and fooling around just in front of me. I felt a slight sense of relief as I saw the head of my brother pop out of the water ahead of me, apparently swimming under the waters he often enjoyed doing. I called out to him, "Micah, did you bump into me?" "What?" "Yeah, were you swimming underwater, or did you bump into me?" "I don't know, maybe," he replied with a bit of confusion. After nearly defecating myself in fear, I felt enough sense of relief to make it back to shore without much fuss. I did not even tell my brother or friends with us just what had happened, or what I saw. You know, as scary as the incident was, the real fear came later when I mulled over the experience in my head. At the time, I thought it was likely my brother who hit my legs while swimming past underneath me, but that just does not add up. He was too far away, and When I turned to see the light blur disappear into the darkness, it vanished off to the side, while my brother pops up in front of me. What is even more weird is my brother popped out of the water at least 20 feet away, and there was only a second time between the event of him appearing above water and this. There's simply no way he covered so much ground in such a short amount of time. The reality hit me like a ton of bricks. Something was in that water with me. Something big and strong enough to nearly knock me down. What was it? A shark? A dolphin? A sea lion? That's the scariest part. I'll never know. And it still haunts me to this day. Since my experience, I've never found myself afraid to get into the water. But one thing is for sure, when you're in the water, you are in someone else's world. While attacks from sharks and other marine animals is relatively rare, you simply do not know what lurks beneath. And that's unknown. That truly terrifies me.
So, I've been debating on if I should even post about this, but I'm starting to get really freaked out, and figured it couldn't hurt asking for help. I will warn you, English is not my first language. I am French Canadian, but moved to the US about 3 years ago. So if my grammar or spelling is off, I'm sorry. I live here in a pretty rural area in Michigan, close to the lake. I'm currently living alone. Both my parents are currently in Canada, taking care of my great uncle, who is now in his later 80s, and they've been gone for a month or so. Probably won't be back until late December. I'm 19, so more than old enough to be alone and be fine. But some really odd things have been happening these last couple weeks. It began back in September, when my 15-year-old cat, Ginger Snap, went missing. At first, I figured she had passed away, since she's very old and had very few health problems already. And a few days later, I found her body, completely torn to shreds on my back porch. She was severely mutilated, to the point to where I was vomiting and sobbing hysterically. I came to the conclusion that it must have been a bird of prey, since we have big owls and hawks. A few days passed. October 4th, something odd also happened. I was watching TV around 11 p.m., and I kept hearing a really fast knocking sound. It would come in sets of 5, and then stop for a second, and then restart. I ended up going outside to investigate, and could not see anybody, and there was a really horrible smell. Then, what happened last night? So, I had woken up at like 3 a.m., which happens sometimes if I had a really messed up dream. I walked down the hall to get a drink, probably watch TV. I got to the fridge, which is right next to the back porch, and I heard someone walking around. I froze, staying completely still. I looked over to the door and saw a huge shadow. It was kind of crouched on its hands. I don't really think it saw me, but it looked human. It didn't move for like a whole 3 minutes before the shadow moved in the blink of an eye, and it was just gone. I ran back to my room and called the cops. When they get there, they couldn't find anything, but told me there's no way it was a person, since our back porch is suspended about 15 feet in the air, and no ladder. So now I'm super freaked out, especially since I'm completely alone. I don't know much about the supernatural, outside of the standard werewolves and vampires, so any tips would be deeply appreciated. So I'm a bit spooked. I was driving in the woods at night with my father. I live in the middle of the forest, somewhat. We went down a long, dark road in Canada, and suddenly saw a semi-low, tailless, earless, bony, and elongated creature. It reminded me of the shape of a starving human, mixed with a hairless dog. It was so fast that it was a blur. It had long fingers and skin-colored pale flesh. That same night, we saw strange footprints outside our house. It was not recognizable as deer or moose. We both have spent plenty of time in the woods and would recognize tracks. We've never seen anything like it. It looked like a cloven hoof mixed with a humanoid-shaped print and was also fairly spread out and large. The foot pattern was like a V shape, followed across our yard in the snow, but suddenly stopped, left a gap of no prints, and continued on again in the same line. We saw this same creature a year ago, and we often hear deep growls that are so loud they are as if a tree fell in the woods, and can be compared to a garbage disposal layered with a high-pitched trumpet, with occasional clicking at our windows. My dad often sees glinting of gleaming eyes and sudden movement of the same creature, followed by the same call. We have native burial grounds and reserves in the city and area. Lots of sightings of odd, unexplainable things, including a place where thousands of natives were tortured and killed. This particular area, people report being pushed, hearing deep growls, screeches, scratching noises, weird glinting eyes, and getting disoriented by sounds, wind, movements, even being pulled or separated with groups. People say the wind picks up and disorients, and they black out somewhat, as if they lost time, separated from friends. Anyone know what this is? A crawler, a skinwalker. I'm quite frightened. Thanks for any information or theories. Okay, I've posted on this before, like 3 months ago actually, about me seeing something from my window that looked like a crawler. Well, I think I've seen it again. This happened yesterday. I live out in the country, surrounded by fields. I love to hunt, and seeing as it's quail season, I'd like to get some. So I usually cross this field nearby to go into some trees that have a lot of birds and whatnot. I was planning on staying a while, so I brought some food, crackers, cookies, Cliff Bar, and water. The nasty Ozark kind. I began crossing the field, got over to the trees with ease. Nothing scary. After about an hour and a half go by of just walking through the trees, looking for quail, I decided to sit against a tree, facing the field, and I began eating my Cliff Bar. Well, I'd be darned if I didn't see the same creature crossing the field, crouched, like how I didn't see it 3 months ago. I knew I was not crazy this time. It was crawling from my left to my right, a good 70 yards away. Of course, I was frozen in fear for about a whole 20 seconds, just watching him vibe on across the field. I only had a 20 gauge with me, so I'm not going to take him on. I mean, I don't even know if he's bulletproof or whatever. So I just watched him cross the field, go into the tree line, and vanish. It didn't seem to me that he was crazy. It didn't seem to see me, but a crazy second experience. I did have my phone on me, but I was so afraid to move. The thought of it turning, crawling at me full speed kept me from even putting the Cliff Bar down. I'm just glad it never saw me. Who knows what it would have done to me. Hi, what lurks beneath. I've been a long-time listener. Big fan of your channel. Always have been since I started listening. I don't have any personal experiences with this cryptid, but my family, being primarily in Louisiana and all around New Orleans, they have a bunch of experiences with the Honey Island swamp monster. I thought I would share several stories with you from my own family, from my brother, my father, my grandfather, even from my mom and uncle, all having their own experiences. Even though the first reported sighting was around 1963, my grandfather has seen something like this in the swamps even before then, when he was out hunting, tracking, and exploring. My grandfather's story being probably one of the most vivid. Back in the early 60s or mid-60s, before the 1963 story was first reported, or at least came out to the public, he was fishing in the swamps on a very small boat. He didn't really tell me the details of the boat's size or where he was at, just that he was in the swamps outside New Orleans when he was attacked by this 8 to 9 foot tall, hairy reptilian-looking beast. He described it as being covered in dark brown matted hair, a horrific monkey lizard face, and large claws on a 3-webbed fingered hand. He claims that had it been just an inch closer, it would have gashed him wide open and actually tore his boat in half. He made it on a shore and ran for his life to the nearest road, where a man just so happened to be driving by was able to pick him up and drive him off to safety. He described it as coming from out of nowhere, underneath the water, and as soon as it rose up, it was far taller than his boat and was far uglier than anything he's ever seen. When I asked him to describe the face more, he didn't really say much, but that it kind of looked like a mix between an ape and a lizard, having a smashed up face, or so he says, with kind of yellow reptilian eyes with black slits, and 2 little cutout holes like nostrils. He didn't see any teeth that he could see, but said when it swooped his hand down, it nearly got him. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but a lot of the people from his generation, who grew up in the 40s and 50s, are pretty hardy individuals, my grandfather included. But this encounter left him shaken, terrified. He didn't end up going back into the swamps for many years after that. I think it would be almost nearly 10 years before he would even return. This also happened after my grandfather's previous experience, which I just told you about. My dad was playing with his friends out in a bayou when him and all of his friends saw this tall thing climb upon the shore on the opposite bank. The sight alone sent them all screaming, running off in opposite directions. Even my own father, he described it as being this tall, bulky man, covered in thick, nasty swamp hair, with large claws dangling from its hands and feet, climbing up out of the water. Obviously, he didn't see a face, because this thing's back was towards them, but said once it fully emerged onto shore, it went off into the dense swamp, like it was nothing, even though the swampland around there was pretty hard and thick, tough to get through. But this thing didn't seem to have any issues. Another one was when my mom was about 17 years old, still in high school, and snuck a few cigarettes from her parents. Because she was driving her dad's car, she didn't want to get caught smoking cigarettes in the vehicle. So, on her way home from her friend's house, she pulled over to the side of a road, got out of the car, and smoked, so that way there would be no residual smells in the vehicle. About halfway through the cigarette, she claims that this big, hairy man came out of the trees and tried to grab her. Scaring her almost half to death, she threw the cigarette down, got in the car, and spun away before this thing could reach through the window and grab her, as it tried to do. Her descriptions were very similar to my grandfather. Very ugly looking, leathery face, slits for a nose, yellow eyes, and large claws as it reached out for her. Her comment about its hair was also the same as my father and grandfather. Long, shaggy, thick, matted hair, covered in all sorts of awful swamp goop and debris, and carried a really bad odor along with it. She also claims to have smelled a really strong, bad odor while she was smoking her cigarette before this thing ever appeared, and just chalked it up to be the swamps around her. My uncle's experience also happened during the nighttime. Except for him, it was early morning, and out of everybody's was the more recent, happening in 1979. He was on his way to work, around 4 a.m, when he came around a bend in the road and saw this large, what he said, pile of hair lying in the middle of the road. Thinking it was a dead animal, he stopped, got ready to get out of his car, and maybe move it, since it was lying right in the middle of the road. But as he began to slow down, this thing jolted up and shot upwards, and my uncle was shocked and terrified, realizing this was not a dead animal, but in fact a 9-foot-tall hairy man with a really ugly face and long black claws. Once it shot up, it scurried off the road into the thick swamp, never to be seen again by him or the rest of my family. His recounting of details is probably the least out of everybody else's, since he only saw glimpses of it, and it all happened so fast. Once my parents ended up finding each other, they got together, got married, and moved up here to Northern California, where they had me. Although we've all gone back to visit my family since then, I've never purposely put myself out there in the thick swamps or bayous to try and see anything myself. There are many people that live in the city and the local area that have no encounters with this thing, who don't even believe. And well, I would tell you that you need to go out looking, because he's certainly there. Even though I haven't seen him myself, I understand that that's his territory, and that it's probably not wise for myself to go out there, putting myself in harm's way like that. If you ever decide to visit the area, take interest in all the local sights, food, and amazing culture the city has to offer. But if you decide to venture out in the swamplands or even the bayous, just be careful. Watch over your shoulder, because you never know when this thing might be lurking around the area. Ever since I was just a boy, I had always grown up hearing about the legend of the Honey Island swamp monster, although I never was a believer until one day when I was about 14, along with some friends, playing, fishing on a summer day along the Old Pearl River. It was a beautiful hot day out, and my friends and I were jumping in to cool off. The entire time we were there, we could smell this awful stench, and we're used to the marshes and the smell that comes with it. But this was something else entirely. Like you took that smell, added in rotting meat, skunk, and sulfur, and took it up to level 10, and it lingered really badly. We thought it to be a dead animal rotting nearby, somewhere, so we ignored it for the most part. We were probably there for another hour before things around us began to get silent. My friend's the one who noticed it, and told all of us to be quiet and to listen. It was so quiet that you could hear the faintest sound. It certainly made all of our hairs stand on end, and we were all a little bit uneasy. But, being 14 and 15, we weren't about to allow that to ruin our fun. So we just ignored it, kept playing in the river, and doing what 14 and 15-year-olds do. When out of the corner of my eye, I see this large figure emerge from the trees in the thicket to my left. We all screamed as we saw it. It came toward us, very quickly, picking up the pace. I had never seen Bigfoot before, but that's what this thing looked like. Incredibly hairy. I couldn't really see the face very well. It was obscured by a lot of hair and other debris that was all over its body. But I'll never forget the long claws that drug from its body, from its incredibly large hands. My two friends dove out of the river onto the shoreline and began running as fast as they could into the forest, even though our bikes and where we came from was the complete opposite direction. This thing continued toward us, when I finally turned around as it became more and more near, and ran off in the direction that we came from, half panicking that this thing was after us, and half panicking that, oh great, now my friends are now lost in the woods, alone with whatever this thing was. After grabbing my bike and going a little bit out of view, I stopped and thought to myself, I gotta go back and rescue my friends. So I turned around on my bike and drove back, which was only about 30 seconds away, till the river came back in view. This thing wasn't anywhere near around, and I didn't fully realize at the time that that was indeed the Honey Island swamp monster. So, I jumped out, swam across the river, jumped up on the other side, and began shouting for my friends, telling them, come on, we got to get out of here. Luckily, they didn't go very far into the woods, only a little bit, as to hide from whatever that thing was. We all regrouped very quickly, jumped over and ran to the other side, got our bikes and fled out of there, not even taking a moment to discuss what it was that came after us, or what it could have been. I don't think any of us really cared. just that we wanted to get out of there now, and we had no desire to go back to that spot. It's sad. That was one of our favorite swimming spots. Had been for years, but after that day, I'm pretty sure that we all became believers very quickly, and that legend soon turned into a reality for all of us. Now, fast forward to the following summer, all of us were still pretty sketched out to go back to that spot. Being teenage boys, there was still no talk about it being the Honey Island swamp monster. I think we realized what it was. It's just nobody wanted to bring that name up. I think we were so scared to put truth to the reality that that's what it really was. I believed. I'm sure they did too. We had tried several other different spots along the river, staying far away as from that one spot as we could. And sometimes, I swear we could still smell that awful smell, which would put us on very high alert. But we never did see or have an experience like we did that one day in July. Since graduating high school, growing up, I lost contact with that circle of friends, so I don't know what any of them are up to anymore. I moved to the East Coast, have a family now, and my own life. But if there's anything I've learned from that whole experience, is that the so-called folklore or legends oftentimes probably have more truth to them than we would like to believe. There's a reason they started, probably more than just somebody mistaking the identity of an animal or coming up with some campfire story. In our case, that truth to us was made known in a very scary way. I feel like my story is one that defies all odds. You see, I'm quite aware of everything that exists in the animal kingdom, or so I thought. I always thought we were the top predator. Well, underneath a few things, maybe like sharks and bears and lions and whatnot. But this day would prove me entirely wrong. It would prove to me there's something far beyond humans. Far beyond any other predatory animal that exists, actually. I'll tell you about that now. So, me and a good friend of mine, we were camping in Yosemite National Park. We were staying for 6 days and 6 nights. Everything was pretty much your standard protocol. We'd get up, hike around most of the day, come back, eat dinner, relax, go to bed. We did this the entire time. However, on the 5th day, we hiked into a different section of the park we'd never had before. And, like usual, we like to go off trail. I feel like we get to see more and experience more the park has to offer than just the standard trails, even though many of the rangers say it's a big no-no. We were more on the reckless side, however. What we did probably wasn't safe, but, well, that's what you get with 2 young men in their 20s who are starving for adventure. After starting up a small rocky incline, we're now probably 3 or 4 miles off the nearest trail, and we come upon a very, very disturbing sight. Just so you know, to my knowledge, there's nothing in the known animal kingdom that can do what we saw. But there it was. I have to assume it was another bear, but to my knowledge, bears do not kill other bears like this. We found an adult male grizzly bear, torn in half. I'm not talking about like killed by another bear and eaten on. I'm talking physically torn from about the midsection, completely in half, as if some sort of giant had grabbed one end of each of the bear and ripped it completely in half. You could see where its innards had completely spilled out all over the rock, and the flesh was torn. The bear looked like it did not even stand a chance. My friend and I just stood there completely shocked and baffled at what we were seeing. It was truly a sight to behold. I don't even think we said anything for a good 2-3 minutes before we both started walking around trying to investigate what would kill an adult male grizzly bear. It had to have been an adult male. I mean, this was a very, very large brown bear. So I have no way to prove it was a grizzly, but I'm pretty sure brown bear don't get this big. And if you Google a grizzly bear, it pretty much fits right in line with the size and everything else. My friend looked at it a little more closely. I was a little bit more disturbed by all the blood and gore. He's always been more of the analytical one, and he thought that the way the flesh was torn was very interesting. He noted that it seemed to be by force, as if something grabbed this thing and literally tore the bear in half. The way the flesh will thin and begin to tear, That's exactly the way this looked. One other thing he made note of is that there were no other wounds on this bear. There were no claw marks or any sort of bloody marks, indicating a fight, meaning that it probably wasn't in a fight with another bear, or wolves, since I know they're here. But I know wolves will also bite at the back legs. There was no indications that there was any bite marks on the back legs. No blood, nothing. Just from being torn in half and this middle section being ripped open. There were also no signs at all of this bear having been eaten on, meaning that whatever killed it had not tried to eat it or anything, just simply killed it as is, where it stood, and left. We quickly scouted in the nearby 10-20 feet around the bear. Nothing. There was no flattened grass, no signs of a disturbance or a fight. Usually soil is upturned and it will look like there was some sort of standoff. Nothing. It's as if something large picked up this bear, tore it in half, set it down here, and left. There was no footprints, no tracks, nothing. We just sat there, completely horrified, disturbed, confused, thinking, what out here is going to kill a grizzly bear, rip it in half without any sort of bite marks, eating, anything, and leave it? The kill looked somewhat fresh, maybe in the last 12 hours. There were no flies buzzing around it, so I don't know if that has anything to do with the time of date or the time of kill. This was about noon. It was roughly 70-75 degrees outside. We got back down to camp, which took us a little longer than usual. We immediately told a park ranger, and they just informed us they would go check it out and take care of it. We obviously never heard anything back about it, and we didn't want to. The following day, we went and did another hike in a separate area of the park, and that was pretty much the end of that. And to this day, I still try and speculate what killed that bear and why. Nothing adds up. Nothing makes sense. My family and I would try and go camping just about every summer, like many other traditional North American families. So, this was when I was a teenager. I was roughly 14, if I'm remembering correctly. I was with 2 close friends. We were all in our own tent. Oh, and by the way, this was in the Rockefeller State Park Reserve. So, I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on a backstory or pointless, useless information. We'll get right to it. On the first night, I woke up to go use the bathroom. So, I step out of the tent and, kind of in a half daze of sleep and being awake, stumble to a tree, maybe 15 feet away. I whip it out and begin peeing. Well, about halfway through my stream, I notice these 2 glowing yellow lights. But I'm trying to look at them and trying to make out what they could be, and I believe they're eyes, and they're just kind of swaying back and forth, as if whoever they belong to is drunk, or that's what the movement reminded me of. They were maybe about 70 feet away and slowly coming toward me. Instantly, I had this really bad feeling come over me. It was like complete and total dread, just sitting in the pit of my stomach. I cut myself off, almost about 3/4 of my stream, zipped up, and I ran back to that tent so fast. You might as well call me Usain Bolt. Surprisingly, my friends didn't wake up. They sleep like rocks. I mean, there could have been a hurricane, Category 5, and they would have been snoring away. I sat there, awake for what felt like hours afterwards, terrified by what I saw. There's no animal I know that matches that description. The eyes were pretty high off the ground, and the area in which I was looking was a small meadow not too far away. During the daytime, there's about 2 trees there, and we're not too far away from Swan Lake. My problem here with the whole thing of people debunking that it might be a deer or a bear is that generally for eyes to glow like that, there has to be light being shined into them to reflect, to give it that sort of illusion. There was no light coming from anywhere. It was pretty dark. I mean, sure, we did have an LED lantern, probably about 30 feet away off to my left, but there's no way that that would have caused that much of a glow in whatever animals this was eyes that were roughly almost 100 feet away. I mean, they were eerily glowing. It reminded me of some sort of Halloween prop. That's why it freaked me out so much. And it was moving, slowly towards me in my direction. Nothing ever happened the rest of the night. I eventually fell asleep and that was the end of that. Never mentioned it to my friends or family. Nobody ever mentioned anything to me. Anyway, just wanted to share my own creepy camping experience. Have a great day and a safe October. My sighting takes place around halfway between Cody and Yellowstone, where my friend and I noticed something staring at us off in the distance. It was down a slope in a clearing, moving very slowly. In fact, it was the movement that caught our attention. When we saw the creature, we realized right away that this was not a person. It was too large, far too bulky, and covered in long matted hair, the same way a bear's had. Except when bears walk on two legs, they don't walk this comfortably. The gait was different too. It was also roughly 8 to 9 feet, if measured appropriately, and was anywhere between 120 to 150 yards away. It was moving from southwest to northwest, so we saw the back side of it, and also part of the side, much the same way the creature looked in the Patterson and Gimli film. It was also very wide and very broad in build. My cousin is actually a biologist, who I told him about this encounter, and he's not exactly sure what this was. I think he briefly entertained the idea of a Bigfoot, but to him, that's all nonsense. I think he believes it's just a misidentification of a bear. But I'm telling you, I've seen and hunted bear for years. I know what they do. I know what they look like, and I know what they look like when they're walking on two legs. This was no way a bear. It looked like a large person, to be honest, with a huge fur coat on, and a more cone-shaped head, no neck at all, very broad shoulders. I don't want to go off the rails and say that this was a Bigfoot, but it was definitely a very interesting sighting. Now, after about an hour or two after the sighting, we were still in the area, and we heard some wood knocking off in the distance. I almost wonder if that was caused by whatever this was. I'm no Bigfoot expert by any means, but part of me can't help but pinpoint these two things together. I don't know if this detail is important, but there was also some elk bugles earlier that day. They seemed to stop and quiet down after the sighting of whatever this was. I went hiking all alone by myself, out in the great woods. This wasn't in any national forest or anything, just a large section of woods, far off the beaten path or near my property. There's just something about going camping out by yourself where you feel so at touch and at peace with nature. If you're a nature bug like me, you'll understand what I mean. I had just gotten a fire going. It was around 4 or 5 p.m. at this point. Not quite dusk yet, but getting there. I got the impression that I was no longer alone. I could feel a presence around me, but could not see anybody else nearby. It wasn't like the feeling that it was anything evil, just somebody watching me. I heard a branch snapping, and I thought I'd go to check it out, but I didn't see anything around. Now, I sat back down by the fire, and it remained quiet for quite some time. I kind of got lost in my own thoughts, as the woods often makes me do. 4 p.m. quickly became 5, 5 became 6, and 6 became 7. It had stayed very quiet the entire time, and I could not shake the feeling that somebody was looking at me. Although, after checking religiously, I never saw anybody, saw any eyes or any animals nearby. I thought it was very odd. So at one point or another, I decided to just retire for the night. After setting up my tent, I just laid there in my sleeping bag, tried to doze off to sleep, forget it all. It was a very uncomfortable night. It did not take very long for me to realize that I was not going to be asleep. The feeling and awareness of something watching me was still very much there. So I finally got up and decided I would go looking for whatever it was. Nothing seemed strange or out of place necessarily. As I was looking around, though, I could feel multiple sets of eyes on me. At least that's how it felt. Now, this only lasted for a few moments, and I heard what sounded like somebody really big running away from my direction. I was very frightened at the time, but couldn't see anything out of place. There's no way it could have been a man, as I would have seen him from left to right after the noise. There was no way of telling
how long this person or thing had been watching me, the thing that I never saw. It's safe to say I didn't fall asleep till very late that night. I think from now on, I'll probably just stick to camping with other people that I know, or go during the day at least. Who knows what kind of wildlife may have been watching me. We had just established base camp at the base of the mountain. This was right before dark, so we wanted to make sure everything was set up properly before visibility got too poor. My cousins who were with me were not so outdoor savvy like I. They had been complaining the entire time. One of the reasons I was so thankful for this trip was over is to hear them finally shut up. Our camp was settled on a small bluff that was backed up by 3 sides of very thick brush. The right area in front of our tents was clear enough to set up a campfire for the night. I suggested we go down to a nearby creek so they can cool off for about 30 minutes later, and they had returned cleaned and refreshed, or as clean and refreshed as you can. We talked and chit-chatted for a little bit around the fire, ate snacks and told stories. You know, all the usual stuff you do. Then we said our goodbyes, went goodnight, and got into the tent to get ready for bed. At this point, it was roughly 8 or 9 p.m. I decided I was going to take a walk around the camp and check things out. As I walked toward the creek, maybe 150 yards from our own campsite, the same creek that my cousins earlier went and washed up at, I heard what sounded like something very large moving slowly through the brush. For some reason, it didn't sound like a deer or anything on 4 legs. It sounded like a person who was very heavy moving. After making sure it wasn't my cousins messing with me, I moved towards the sounds more and more. Whoever this was going more left to right and not back. As I got closer to the creek bed, I saw what looked like a very large man coming out and standing on a large rock, about to cross the stream. What I saw did not look anywhere near human, as it had too much hair and was far too tall and big. I didn't see a face because of how dark it was, but I could tell by its motion and body language. It saw me as I saw it through the brush, now roughly 30 to 40 feet away. As far as I can tell, it seemed to be startled as much as I was by first seeing it. We kind of just looked at each other there, and it suddenly bolted off. I was spooked by this, but I quickly retreated, hastily, back to camp, not saying a word and trying my best to forget about it. I climbed in my tent, not saying a word. The following day, we had to hike down to the river. There was also one place we found a lot of blood and bits of fur, and even clothes lying there. Very odd. We decided not to look too much into it. My cousins were already on edge. However, it was on our way back down the mountain when we made camp again, and I heard something in the woods stop us dead in our tracks. Now, my cousins were terrified. I just listened to confirm that it wasn't them just being scared little girls. It started again, this time louder, screaming and tree crashing followed by, and it sounded much closer. I decided to take some action this time, and boy, did that really get my cousins moving. This was enough to really scare them, so we did a double time back down the mountainside into the timber below. I can't say for sure what I saw that night, or what kind of animal it could have been, but I know for a fact this was not a bear or a human in any way, shape, or form. I know that for a fact. I'm just thankful my cousins never saw it, although they had heard the noises which really scared them. I'll admit, it scared me too. I still go back to that area and hunt in the fall time. Haven't heard or seen anything like that since. I hope I never. In October of 2009, when my family was visiting my cousins in their farmhouse, something weird had happened. None of us can explain it. None of us can prove it, and none of us can believe it, for the most part. The incident feels like a dream, a nightmare, but it happened. It happened many years ago, but to this day, I can't think of the it without getting goosebumps on a painful level. Here's some context. My uncle is an investment banker
and I dare say he's doing pretty well. The farmhouse they own is basically the size of a mansion, and the ranch surrounding it, spread over God knows how many acres. If you stand on the balcony, you can basically reenact that scene from Lion King. As kids, the farmhouse was our go-to place for every vacation. Even now, that all four of us, my sister Jenny, cousins Nicole and Max, and of course me, are basically adults. We used to meet up at the farmhouse at least once every year until last year. This is when my uncle sold the property off. We loved everything about the farm. It was away from the city. There was a lot of room to play all sorts of games in the house and in the fields. It had probably been explored by many people before, who had carved some pathways into the ground all throughout the forest. Everybody stayed on the ranch for weeks at a time. So, in the many years that we visited it, we explored a major portion of the outer woods, and in doing so, we knew the ins and outs of most of the pathways better than the backs of our own hands. Thanks to our many adventures, we had found a clearing about 200 meters in the forest, which served as a great sunset point. Well, we're not really allowed to stay in the forest till the evening, so we haven't actually seen the sun setting from there. But we called it the sunset point nonetheless. The four of us would often take our lunch with us and have little picnics in the sunset point. But the stipulation was we had to return home by 5 p.m., no later. Nicole, the eldest and bravest of all of us, used to argue pretty much every vacation with the adults, letting us watching the sunset from Sunset Point at least once. But our parents would always flat out say no. I couldn't understand why we could not stay in the forest past our curfew of 5 p.m., since there reportedly wasn't any big animals in there. But I obviously get it now. Paranormal or not, forests are creepy and dangerous and full of stuff you don't know and don't want to know. Now, if we fast forward to a long weekend in the winter of 2009, my parents, along with my uncle and aunt, had to go out of state to visit our grandparents for a day. After countless hours of begging and crying, they had reluctantly agreed to drop all of us off at the farmhouse if we promised not to stay out past our curfew or, burn the property down. I, the youngest of the four, was only 15 at the time. Nicole, being the eldest, was 17. Everybody just assumed we would be responsible for ourselves and make educated decisions. They were wrong. Obviously, the first decision we made was to finally see the setting sun from the sunset point, like we had always wanted. After the adults had departed, Max suggested we each pack a backpack, planning the adventure for the next day. He and Nicole stuffed their bags and snacks. Jenny packed a few games, and I packed some fruits, cards, and water, along with a flashlight and batteries, any other miscellaneous supplies we might need. The next day, having high hopes and extreme excitement, our adventure began. Now, our parents were supposed to come back by that afternoon of the next day with our grandparents, so this day was the only chance that we had had. We fooled around the entire day until roughly 5 p.m. when we left for the sunset point. We were there in about 20 minutes, playing some Uno for a while and sitting on the cool grass while the sun was still up in the sky. Finally, it was time. I munched on a Mars bar that Max had brought as we all saw the setting sun. It was beautiful. The sunset point had truly lived up to its name. After all this time, we had taken a bite from the forbidden fruit, and it was well worth it. Or so I thought. Because soon after, it began getting dark. Jenny had begun growing impatient and scared as we started to make our way back. So I popped out the torch. This was when the creepy things really began. The way back seemed way longer than it ever had before. The ground somehow felt wet to my shoes, even though it had neither rained nor it was that cold. Then, there were the noises. Oh God, the noises. Even the rustling of the bushes in the wind sounded like footsteps and whispers combined. It could have been footsteps and whispers, but I like to think that it was just the wind. We were all pretty scared and were hurrying back as quickly as possible. I was in the front of the pack with my own flashlight, walking quickly, when Jenny tapped on my shoulder, making me literally jump out of my skin. She slowly whispered into my ear, on the verge of tears, that she felt like we were being followed. To be honest, that thought terrified the crap out of me. But my sister was crying, and I wanted to do my best to assure her that we were safe. I stopped, and so did the others. Turning back, I moved everybody out of the way, pointing the flashlight towards the path we had just come from. "It's only the wind, Jen, relax," I had told her when it happened. All of a sudden, breaking up my sentence, I saw that in the light of the torch in front of us had formed the shadow of a man that was waving his right hand. There was none in front of me, yet there it was on the ground in front of us. From the light of the torch, a shadow. I froze in horror. I had never been more scared. It felt like I had lost control of my entire body. I wanted to vomit my internal organs out. I was so scared. Instinctively, I took a step back, turning around. Everybody else was staring at the shadow, experiencing the very horror I was going through. Seeing my movement probably made them snap out of it, and we ran. We ran and cried and ran faster until we exited the forest, finally reaching the farmhouse. Thankfully, we were all together and nobody was lost. I don't remember what happened immediately after that, but all of us felt extremely sick for a few days. We did not tell our parents until recently, and of course, they refused to believe. I can't say I blame them. If I had the option, I would choose not to believe it either. It was the last time we ever went to the forest. I missed the adventures we had there. The forest had always been our fifth companion, but it makes me shudder to think that we might have had a fifth companion all along. Well, get this. Turns out one of the original owners of this farmhouse and the ranch had actually committed suicide by blowing his head off with a shotgun back in that same point, right where we would call Sunset Point. His body would not be recovered for months, and his date of death was due back in 1919, which only means one thing. We met the spirit or ghost of this long-lost man who owned that property. Here goes nothing, I guess. Okay, so this is the story of my first and last camping trip. I have never gone camping as a kid. It was just something that my parents never did and encouraged their kids to do. I was also never really a nature person. Having grown up a city slicker, my life revolved pretty much around only concrete and a few parks here and there. I learned to love these places. After all, they were my home. But I never spent too much time in nature, at least outside of my own bubble. Most of my friends were kids from my own neighborhood. We grew up together, in the same places I had just mentioned before. Flash forward to 3 years ago. I had turned 30. I wasn't feeling like having a party to celebrate. I was kind of getting tired of my old life and craved a change. But that's not the point in the story. One of my friends, whom we'll call Mark, had suggested we go camping over the weekend and go for something new. Now, I had met Mark in college. He was always the happy-go-lucky person, and my friend group embraced him immediately. He hasn't gone camping in a long time, but loved doing it. My other two childhood friends, we'll call them Steve and Jake, have not gone camping much at all, kind of like me, so it sounded like a really exciting idea. Mark would be our mentor in a way, and we'd get to spend some time away from all the noise and crowds of the city we live in. Mark took us shopping for gear. We bought two-person tents, sleeping bags, and some more equipment. We packed our stuff on a Friday, heading north. The weather was nice. It was early September, so the daytime was always warm and sunny. the nights not being too cold because fall had not set in yet. They were mild. It seemed like the perfect time for some quiet time, away from the bustle and noise of city life. To drive to our destination was about 5 hours long. Mark was driving, and between regular banter and talking about our lives, he would talk us through where we were going and what our course of action was once we had arrived. The plan was to arrive at about 6 p.m., set up camp, and build a fire, so we could rest and keep warm for the rest of the evening. About 2 hours into our trip, we stopped at a gas station. We got some snacks and drinks for the rest of the road. All four of us left the car and stretched our legs for a bit, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Seems like the perfect description for the location of this gas station. It was on the right side of the road. We had just pulled in and got out. The place had some strange air around it. The clerk was the only person there. I half wondered who allowed this poor sickly man to work here all alone. He was also slow. Ringing our order took him around 10 minutes solid. I'm not kidding. And he kept staring at Mark, like really zoning in on him. So much so, it made all of us very uncomfortable, and Mark stepped outside and decided to wait for us in the car. The road we were on was far from busy. We'd only driven past maybe 4 or 5 cars, and none of them were in the same lane as us. We were in the only car that drove up north on that strip of road. I only mention this because while Mark was waiting outside, a red truck had sped north, past the gas station. It was the only vehicle going in that direction we'd seen all day. The clerk registered the red truck as well, because his demeanor changed. He seemed taken aback and slightly confused. We managed to get what we wanted and left the gas station soon after. At around 6 p.m., as we initially planned, we arrived at the campsite. Mark was so excited for all of us to visit. And Mark taught us to set up our tents and prepare the place for a fire. We now needed some firewood. So, Mark and I went out to get some wood. It was peaceful and nice. I walked around a bit admiring all the scenery. I believe that it could have been a defining moment for me in starting a new life. A life that I had craved had it not been for the noise behind me. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It was loud but kind of muffled at the end. I called out Mark's name, but there was no answer. I turned around to look for him, but he was nowhere to be found. Mind you, this was not a very dense forest. Had he gone in any direction, I would be able to see him, and I had not. My back was turned to him for no more than 30 seconds. I even looked up into the trees as maybe he was trying to pull a prank on me and scare me. But no, he was just gone. I decided it was probably best to walk back to the camp and maybe see if Jake and Steve had seen Mark, but they insisted he had not returned before me. We waited for him for about an hour, getting increasingly scared by the minute. We'd gone through every scenario in our head of what could have possibly happened. Nothing made sense. I even contemplated walking out on the road and looking for help, but it was already dark and we did not want to risk anything else happening to the three of us, so we stayed together. Probably a smart move. It was not like we could just get help and leaving the site. We also did not feel brave enough to go out searching for him, so we stayed. It was probably about 10 p.m. at this point. The three of us were all crammed into one tent, when all of a sudden, another loud thud was heard about 50 feet away from us. We went outside, very confused, and see a delirious Mark stumbling towards us. He seemed physically unharmed, and once he came to, we asked him where he was and what had happened. He didn't seem to know the answer to any of our questions, so we let him rest, and left the campsite as soon as we felt he was well enough. I drove us back. The ride back was quiet. I sped past the gas station, and this time, the clerk was outside, and he stared at us. I never want to go back there again. On the car ride back, Mark explained to us a little more what happened, now that his memory was coming to. After I just turned around,
He took a step and remembers this large, hairy object coming towards him. And the next thing he knew, he woke up in this animal den, or so he described. Bones everywhere, and the smell of blood was thick in the air. He heard growling and was terrified, immediately waking up and pulling himself up, running out of this small den that what he described was a small cave in which he could clearly see the opening. As he escaped, he felt delirious and drugged, as if he had been given some sort of sedative, is how he described the feeling. After wondering for what felt like hours, but was probably only a mile or two away from us, he found our campsite. He doesn't really remember much beyond that, but whatever he saw really scared him. And as far as I know, there's no animal out there that can take people the way it took Mark. My background is neuroscience and biology. Nothing out of the ordinary for an academic. I've worked for multiple pharmaceutical companies. I was even one of the early employees at Eli Lilly's neuroscience division, and at a medical device company. I was in college during the tail end of the Cold War, when Reagan was in office and the evil empire was still around. I had a couple of friends who were on top secret clearances as part of some Army intelligence programs. I'll call them John and Pat for the story. John was one of the smartest people I ever knew. Genius level IQ, easily in the top 1% of people. Pat was in John's same grad school program. They were part of a special operations unit in the U.S. Army, working on top secret biological warfare research, believe it or not. I don't know all the details, but they were most likely involved in creating pathogens. John and Pat were tight-lipped about their project, for obvious reasons, but they were pretty open about how easy it was to create biological weapons. They mentioned the possibility of maybe having created some sort of pathogen that was incurable. John had a brother, even, who worked at Fort Detrick. John talked about him crying when he found out what they were working on. His brother told him that nobody would believe them if they ever spilt the beans about what was really going on. Years go by. John and Pat get out of the Army and are immediately enlisted in this government project that was busy investigating various chemical and biological agents. They were tasked with creating new kinds of pathogenic weapons. I forget what they called it, but basically, they were trying to create new strains of pathogens that they could then use in experiments on animals. They were tasked with finding the best way to create new pathogens without being detected. They were able to take samples of various kinds of engineered viruses and use them as a vector for a new kind of pathogen. Test each one on animals. This would allow them to learn a lot about the best way to create new pathogens without having to use them. John and Pat said this was really easy, even without using live viruses as vectors. They could simply extract the genetic material from the pathogen, find a vector so it could be transferred into another organism, like harmless bacteria, for example, and then test it. The product of this kind of experiment is a pathogen that can be used as a weapon, but it would be a biological weapon that can never be traced back to its source. At some point in their tenure at this project, they received a call from the Pentagon. They were told that one of the samples they'd been testing was extremely dangerous, and it had somehow gotten loose. They were told to pack up their stuff immediately and leave the premise, and not say a word about what had happened and what they had worked on. They were discharged, for lack of a better word, from the project altogether and given $200,000 each in settlement under the table. They had no idea how it happened that this pathogen had got out of the lab, but it was later very quickly contained by military personnel before ever reaching civilian territory. Shortly thereafter, John and Pat were immediately moved into the bioweapons division that worked on creating humanoids of various kinds by intersplicing DNA of a variety of species with the ultimate goal, to create a superhuman soldier. I don't remember the details he told me, but they worked on creating a new type of being with superhuman abilities, that if it ever escaped, it would be virtually unstoppable. Fortunately, that has not happened. Pat told me that because of his past history, John was considered a security risk, and he was not allowed to be anywhere near the facility
where this new type of being was being created. Pat apparently wasn't allowed on site, only on the periphery of where he would be stationed looking at security feeds. I asked Pat what had happened with this bioweapons division. He told me that it started as a joint CIA and military project, but it fell more and more into the control of military as its life went on. Pat had suspicion that something had happened. Apparently, there was a falling out between the head of CIA, and the CIA eventually lost total control of the project. I don't really remember the details, but he said it soon became very obvious at some point that the military was now conducting experiments, creating new weapons based on designs and ideas from this project. Pat had a feeling that they were in some way responsible for creating a new kind of pathogen, and they would use it in some experiments in the field. I don't remember who they were experimenting on, but Pat said it was very obvious that they were no longer in control. There's a lot more to the story, but I asked him if he can give me some specific examples of something that had happened in the field. He told me he'd have to think about it. The next time we talked, he told me that it seemed like all the lawsuits that came out of the US soldiers who were exposed to something in Iraq. That's what it seemed like to him. I even asked him if he could explain that a little bit better, since I was having trouble understanding. He told me that at first, there were rumors and concerns about a new type of pathogen, and then that's when lawsuits emerged. He thinks they were being told to put soldiers from Iraq into quarantine. He thinks that's what the lawsuits were about, as if there was some sort of big cover-up. I asked him if he can tell me more about what had happened. Was this some sort of new virus? He explained no, but he was not allowed to tell me any more than that. He's already spoken too much. I don't want to push him, so we moved on with the conversation. Going back to the bio-lifeforms that they were working on, he informed me that several of these subjects were still being created and worked on today. They were initially designed to be used during the Iraq War in the early 2000s, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, the plug was somehow pulled and bioweapons were not used. That was part of the reason 9/11, I guess, was originally conducted, was due to pressure from the CIA, military, and other shadow branches of government, putting pressure to have means to test these new subjects. Of course, among many other reasons, but that's a rabbit hole he did not dive deep into. Again, he thinks the US government has used these new life forms in some capacity, and it's most likely happening without people even realizing. He said, during his time, they were working on humanoids, and the project was still in its infancy when he left. He stated that they were nowhere near mature enough to be used, and that the only reason he was still employed at the facility is because they needed people to help run these experiments. This was, of course, the pre-alpha stage, as he calls it. He said that they would bring these deformed humanoids to him, and he was supposed to experiment on them, but there was a lot more going on behind the scenes. Of course, this was all before he was banned from the facility, from only working the security feed. And long before John was banned, Pat had been told that he was being used to run tests on these humanoids, but there were other things going on where he was also being used to experiment with. One of these said experiments was the J-Rod, who became well known for making contact with several other high-ranking military and government officials. Again, he did not go into detail, but mentioned there were these groups that put together made up various divisions of the military to make contact. He did not want to go into any further detail with that. I told him I understood. I asked him if there was anything else he wanted to add, and he told me that the whole time he was working there, he was still trying to figure out what the whole facility was about, and that's why it took him so long to leave. It wasn't until he began to see the humanoids that he began to realize it was something more than just military experiments. Pat said that at the time, the facility was beyond top secret, and that even most of his coworkers didn't know exactly what they were doing. At first. This was before the experiments really began. They had to go in blind at first, while things were being set up. They were forbidden to ask too many questions. He even told me the only reason why he was able to see the humanoids is because of his rank and his tour of duty. Most people were not allowed to see them, and the ones who did had their lives threatened. Pat stated that he is fairly certain that the old facility is now sold, and it's now a part of an advanced military-industrial complex. He also mentioned
that there are corporations involved with whatever is going on. He said that part of what made it so difficult to leave was because there were people watching him, and he knew that if he left with the sensitive information he had, his life could be threatened. He was also scared that the new military personnel at the facility might try and do harm to him or his family. The reason I told this story to the person I did is because it was something that really stuck out in my mind. When he said it knew that I had to share it with somebody, and this site seemed like a good place. That was the first I'd ever heard of Pat talking about the facility. And when I think about it, he still knows a lot of information. He was in charge of a good portion of a large military base after all. Pat has been retired for quite some time now, and he's in his late 60s. I think it's fair to say that he's old enough and retired enough not to necessarily fear for his life. Pat has lived a full life at this point. In conclusion, I hope you take the information here to heart and understand that our government and military do not have your best interest. We are but cattle for them to slaughter and experiment on. Our lives mean nothing to the greater good of humanity and country. These kinds of things, not specifically bioweaponry, but experimenting, have been going on for a very, very long time. I think we're just now seeing a lot of it coming to the surface, and it's scaring people. Remember to always think for yourself, and know that eventually the truth will come out. One final quick note. All the information here might seem disorganized and disingenuous, but all the intel I've gathered for you is a combination of intel I've gathered from over years and years of conversations with Pat and John alike. So, if there's any details that overlap or don't make sense, just know that, and try to put all the pieces together yourself. Besides, I've given you all the information. I hope this is enough. Due to the nature of the email and the sensitivity, I've changed my name. My name is L, and for years, I worked top security clearance at a military base deep in the foothills in Montana. I need you to hold on for me and swallow the pill, because things I worked on out of this base were straight out of a science fiction flick. I'm talking particularly about time travel. Part of the project I had a hand in playing. I won't say which, because our team was larger, and I don't want to be singled out by what I did, therefore getting traced back to me. But we helped the military and government establish a connection to what we now know as alternate realities, or universes, something that is newer to pop culture, but back in the 70s and 80s, it was a groundbreaking, top-secret discovery. These are realities that coexist within our own timeline, but things have been slightly altered. It was my understanding, while working on the project, we were not able to go back in time and affect our own timeline, but the timeline of other realities was something we could do. One interesting thing is the few people they did send back. Many of them had to be treated medically before being sent back. The reason being, the bacteria in the air and around you and around people change from time to time. For example, if you were to go back right now to 1623, you would probably die pretty quickly due to an overload of foreign bacteria your body is not used to. Sure, you do have an immune system, but there's no way you would be able to build up an immunity fast enough to survive. Even going back to simply 1921 can kill a man. Let's just say that there were procedures done on our subjects to ensure this went fine. Many of our subjects died during the course of having their atoms disintegrated while going too, but some were successful. It wasn't so much as time portals as it was a gateway to another space and time. Think of it like harnessing the power of a black hole, in essence. We were simply bending space and time to visit other planes. There were no major missions to go back and change the course of history. Rather just experiment to control the technology and to have that. The Chinese government has been working on this technology for years, and we were told when we were successful, they are actually ahead of us by about 3. They have already apparently changed multiple timelines, which, by the way, there are several billion, and that's a fairly low estimate. When subjects are sent back to a specific time frame, they are medically prepped for that era, as well as stripped of all clothing and are aesthetically equipped for their time.
This way they can blend in seamlessly without drawing attention to themselves. The purpose of all this is, from what I've been told, is to gather large amounts of intel. The Chinese government is using this technology for more nefarious and selfish reasons. We had a test campaign once. Our equipment proved to be successful with going back over 70 years in the alpha phase. I guess you can say, changed a timeline permanently. One mission, for example, was going back in October of 1942, months before the events of Pearl Harbor, and completely washed away the island of Japan, using advanced sonar weaponry, causing massive earthquakes and tsunamis all around the island. This was just to prove the type of power and potential that we had. It was an experiment run. And safe to say, within 6 days of our first subject going back to that time period, Japan ceased to exist. Therefore, Pearl Harbor had never happened and changed the entire course of modern history after that, for that timeline. Our man was pulled back in. Whatever events have taken place in that timeline since, we will never know. I need to be very careful now with how much information I release, so for this time, I'm going to stop here and let you digest that. I'll try and follow up shortly, but I have to be careful. Take care. I'm back on this website now. I remembered I had wanted to submit my story after watching some videos. I can't believe how many people are seeing this. My parents built a brand new house back in 1995. It even featured an above-ground pool in the backyard. One night, my brothers and I were swimming at night. It was around dusk, when one of them said they could see something coming over the fence. Immediately, we dove under the water, but stayed close to the side so we could see what's coming. They flipped on their stomachs to look into the woods while keeping their heads just out of water. It was getting dark, so we only saw it for about 3 seconds. One of us yelled, "What is that?" before it ran back into the woods. It was on 2 legs and had a very hairy, bear-like body, and ran upright, almost like an Olympic runner would, completely covered in hair from head to toe, except for its head, which looked kind of like a large goat or a cow or something. The eyes were the most disturbing thing about it. I looked right into its eyes, with its ears perked back, and continued running again. My older brother said the same thing, although there's no way we could have caught up to it, even if we had wanted to. Although this thing wasn't very big. It was shorter than we were, maybe 4.5 feet tall. I would say at most probably no more than 200 pounds, and it kind of loped weird, while kind of shaking its body. It was almost like having a seizure as it ran. Although that wasn't the only experience we had. There were other times here in our neighborhood at night, we would hear growling and snarling, and biting and heaving, all sorts of strange sounds from our backyard. Now, I take this with a grain of salt, but my brothers have claimed that they've seen it up close, what they call a goat man, which I think is preposterous. But this is their words, not mine. Based off our experience, a goat man appears to be very territorial of the woods, especially around my house. So who knows? It might have an entire family living in the forest behind my house. I remember when I was a kid riding bikes at dusk with friends in the neighborhood, and these things were always on the edge of your peripheral vision. But when you turn to look, they were gone, or hiding somewhere in the bushes or trees staring at us with their large green goat eyes. We've seen them several times there, standing there in our backyard at night, watching us while we barbecued, watching TV, playing games, etc. They never did anything but watch. Now, being young, I didn't notice these, but this is kind of quoted from my older brothers. They would even tell me that while I was at school, daytime sightings were even worse, and my brother remembers looking through at it through the window one time while eating dinner. I never saw these again, but again, my brothers did. He even went on to say that every time these things are around, everything just feels strange. Even when you don't see them, you could feel them watching us or waiting for something to happen, just standing there in the corner of your eye in the shadows just beyond the reach of light, watching you intently in silence,
with their features. Their glowing goat eyes would always watch us, apparently. Who knows? Maybe we really aren't alone, and maybe my brothers aren't full of it. Hello. I have a story that is about my wife and I. We were both there on August 16th, 2018, at night around 10 p.m. in the Adirondacks in New York State. She stopped to pee because we were going to our cabin from Long Lake. She gets out of the truck, walked off towards the woods quite a ways, but not so far so she could still see me while I changed the music on my phone. It was dark, but I had a bright light. She said there were lights coming down from what looked like a trail behind her, maybe 100 meters high up. And then, they hit the treetop height. It started dropping fast down behind her, and all of a sudden, she looks up to see this thing, what she described as a satyr or goat-looking kind of man, running towards her, and she starts screaming. She runs all the way back to me, and I ask her, "What did you see?" Hyperventilating and on the virtual end of panic, she explains this was grayish white all over. Long legs, long arms, a large head, and really long fingers. When she turned and ran, she said it was rustling behind her, following her, until it just dropped off. That's when she was yelling for me to go, 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 floor the truck. This all happened over the course of about 20 seconds. We got out of there. She has never seen anything so scary before, and I believe her. She was genuinely terrified, pale, sweaty. I know my wife. She wouldn't just see a bear or a coyote or a wolf and think this. This was not a mistaken identity. My wife has been camping since she was a little girl. She knows the woods. She knows animals. This was something even I can't explain. I'm in the Air Force, and at this time, in the summer of 1991, I was stationed at a base in Wisconsin. This was in late June. I had just returned from a mission and was into the briefing room early. Usually, we were briefed about things to come, so we were thinking it would be another mission. When we got there, everybody was really quiet, and I thought something had gone wrong with somebody's family until they told us why we were actually there. A local police officer was giving his statement on what he saw that night. The police officer began giving his statement about what he had seen, which was a large cryptid, a term I would come to get very familiar with. This creature wasn't dogman, it was not Bigfoot, it was not Mothman or any sea monster. He described it as half man, half goat, long horns, red eyes, and long fangs. The officer said that he nearly crashed his car after this thing bolted out into the road in front of him and disappeared into the tree line next door. Now, he was not the only officer to have seen this. There were several other officers on duty that night who've also claimed to see the same creature, all sharing the same similarities. However, even after the briefing, we get to go and talk to him personally, and the guy seems really genuine in his story. Now, I head out on patrols with another airman, and I'm telling him the story as we put together equipment for another mission. He's really surprised and asks me if I'm sure it wasn't a person in a costume. I tell him, no way. What kind of weirdo gets out dressed in the middle of nowhere just for kicks? He tells me he knows somebody who does exactly like what I described. It was this other airman who he said frequently wore big heavy coats no matter how hot it got. It tended to stay up real late at night, walking outside in open fields behind our base specifically. Of course, my friend even confronted him one day about it while out on patrol. But instead of denying any knowledge, the other guy just smiled and said, "You've seen them too." Even as wacko and weird as this guy was, he had apparently seen the same being. So, I'm not really sure what to make of all this, but it's really strange that people in this area have talked about seeing the Goatman on multiple occasions. I still, even now, just about 30 years later, have very minimal knowledge of Goatman. I've heard about Dogman, I've heard about Bigfoot, but Goatman is still very new to me. But I actually stumbled upon your channel one night, just bored, browsing on YouTube, and I saw that you cover a topic not many cover. So I figured I would write up this old story that I can remember pretty fairly, actually, from back when, in the day. Maybe you'll find it useful, maybe you won't. Sorry it's so short though, but again, hopefully you'll find it of use. Feel free to message me if you have any questions. No one knows exactly what it is, but a large goat-like creature had been reportedly spotted in various areas all throughout the state of Wisconsin. So there I was, sitting in my truck taking a break after work, around 7:30 p.m., when all of a sudden, I hear dogs barking and growling. So naturally, I look over to where the dogs are, which is only about 30 feet away from me on the other side of some brush between these two smaller man-made ponds. The ponds were maybe 10-15 feet apart. The dogs had their heads down and were growling at something between the ponds and the reeds. Then, all of a sudden, one dog begins going from barking to going crazy and snarling. He went right through the brush and weeds to the other side. The dog tried following him, but couldn't make it through. So now the other dog was barking like crazy. Out of curiosity, I get out of the car and see what they're barking at. This wasn't like they were barking at a raccoon or something. They were acting like maybe it was a person. I don't know. So I make my way over there real careful like, because you could see something. But then I did see something, and I couldn't tell what it was. I had my knife out and drawn, just in case, but it still seemed kind of hidden. Then, all of a sudden, quick as lightning, this thing burst through the brush onto this path between these two ponds, now only about 40 feet away. At first, it looked like one large black animal, but after it stood up all the way, it was more grayish, with longer hair, and looked exactly like a freak of nature. Its body was reminiscent of a bear when it stands up, but its head was wrong. It looked like a ram or something. Long twisted horns, beating glowing eyes, and sharp jagged teeth. It stood on its hind legs for a second, got a good look at me and sized me up, and I got the scariest look into its eyes that I have ever seen. They were this reddish yellowish green, and it kind of seemed to be grinning at me, showing off its teeth. Whatever this thing was, I wanted nothing to do with it. By this time, another dog had already busted through the brush, wanting to defend his territory or whatever. But when he saw this thing, he turned right around after going one look at this thing, running back through the brush, yelping, as if something had just torn his leg off. And after that, me being alone in an area that I had no idea what this thing was, I hightailed it out of there, faster than you could think. When I got back to my truck, I sat for a little bit, trying to process what all had just happened. And I noticed two sets of tracks, one whatever had come from, and the other set going back through the brush. They were huge track marks with really long strides. This creature definitely wasn't some stray dog or anything like that. I mean, it was huge. That's all I can really say about this incident for now. But if anybody has any info on what this could be, please let me know. Whatever it is, it's still out there, and so are those dogs who seem to have encountered it as well. Hopefully, those dogs are safe. Brothers and I were camping in Osoyoos. We were at the end of a trail that was all sand. It began to rain as we went back to the cars, so we decided to wait out the storm and shoot our guns off. I don't remember exactly if it was legal or not. I shot off my measly .22 about 4 or 5 times. My brothers shot off their rifles, while my other brother took some video on his phone. As we're leaving, we head down about halfway to this ridge, down the trail, when one of us noticed something moving on the ridge of a nearby hill. It looked like somebody was just standing there, like another person had showed up behind them, had motioned for them to come down the ridge together. They both headed towards our direction slowly. Then, they began to quickly run down the hill. We didn't know what to do, so we just stood there until they were about 100 yards away from us. Then,
My brother turned on his rifle light, turning it on. They stopped, but continued motioning for us to come towards them. I was scared but really curious at this point, so I took a step forward, getting ready to run away if necessary, and they both just disappeared. My brothers said they saw something shaped like a person, and that kind of shimmered out of existence. What we saw were large humanoid shadows. I don't believe it was Bigfoot at all. Like I said, it looked like a large person, but dark and shadowy. We decided to get out of Dodge. We were driving back to the car when we heard a noise behind us. We turned around and saw a big thing standing in the middle of the road, about 50 yards away. It looked like a hairy bear man, and I wasn't sure, but I thought it had blood on it. Then it kind of got down on all fours and began sprinting at our car, gaining speed. So we sped out of there pretty quick, to be honest. We didn't take any photos or videos. Between the shadows we saw and this hairy monster, there's no telling what it is we really encountered. Me and my mother-in-law were camping with our family in the early 1990s. Our campsite was located on a small ridge above a river, maybe 200 yards away from the water. My mother-in-law and her sister said they saw something down by the river that night during dinner. They did not say what. It was just that it had red eyes and that they glowed. The campground we stayed at also had one of those houses with 2 jars hanging upside down for used toilet paper to collect. My brother-in-law, who went to use the facility, later reported seeing glowing green eyes staring at him through the crack between the boards. This is right when he busted open one of the toilets to investigate why there wasn't any more paper. He refused to go back inside. The next night, while sitting around the campfire, my father-in-law saw some movement between the surrounding trees and also reported hearing loud screams. I was watching my younger brother at the time. He was around 5 years old at the time of this incident. As soon as I had looked up from him, something began running towards us through the trees, on the trail, on all fours. It was this large dark silhouette that stood on 2 legs when it abruptly stopped, only about 40 feet away from us. Then, it crouched down on 2 legs, on its knees and arms outstretched. My son wanted to go investigate. It sounded like his older brother, so I grabbed him before he can get too far, only to lose sight of whatever it was. That's when we were back under our tent lights. We packed up early the next day, leaving as soon as possible. I do want to say that my father-in-law was a bit of a drinker at the time, and I think that is why they did not believe him when he said he saw something earlier. But me and my mother-in-law absolutely saw something as well. This wasn't a bear or anything else. We could not find an explanation for. My brother-in-law described what we saw as some kind of monster, and I agree with him. As such, I believe there was more than one of these things roaming and camping around in the woods that night. Guess I better be careful when I'm out in the woods of the Pacific Northwest. My name is Casey. I'm 20 years old, and I live in Washington State. I grew up with my mom not far from the forest. Heck, most of the state is nothing but forest, so most of my childhood was spent exploring it after dark. I remember one night when I was around 8 or 9 years old, and my best friend and I at the time came to a small opening in the trees, just big enough to fit a driveway or a medium-sized house. We went into it thinking there might be some treasure. You know how kids are. We thought we could take it home and sell it. Well, not long after, we began hearing what sounded like branches breaking all around us, and noise and rustling. But there wasn't anything we could see in sight, and this didn't sound like any normal wildlife. And eventually, it got so loud that we both became terrified. We couldn't even bring ourselves to run. We just stayed frozen in the same spot until it stopped. At about 10 minutes later, we heard a voice calling our names from far away. It sounded like my friend's dad. So finally, feeling safe, we started backing up the driveway slowly, when all of a sudden, something at least 7 feet tall emerged from the woods. its hands outstretched towards us, like it was coming for us. We started screaming, and before I could even register what was happening, we were just yelling "run" back and forth, and we ran home as silent as we could. And I haven't mentioned that night to anybody for years. Whatever that big hairy monster was reaching its arms out at us, trying to grab us. As time went on, after that incident, I began having strange dreams about an entity calling my name from the woods, calling it in my daddy's voice. There was never anything there when I walked out, but I could still feel this presence. One night, when I was a little older, about 14 or 15, me and a different friend were walking home from school. Well, actually, I had spent quite a bit of time at her house, so it was around 8 p.m., and we were walking home. We had just passed my house when we had heard something going, rustling off in the tall grass on the side of the road. We get closer to where the sound was coming from, and these 5 huge dog-like creatures emerge, and they start coming towards us, mouths open, showing teeth. I screamed for my friend to run, but before she got away, she tripped, and one of these things gained on her and got very close to her. I tried to run as fast as I could back home, but there was no way I could have outrun them. But as I looked behind me as I'm running, they all ran towards her, and it looked like they got her. I made it safely in my house, and I was so terrified of what to do. My dad saw that I was terrified, and I couldn't tell him what had just happened. I didn't have the guts to. Next thing I know, I'm getting a call from my friend's parents about an hour later. She never returned back home, and I told her mom that she was fine when she dropped me off and was headed back home. I couldn't dare tell her what had happened, that she had been attacked by these wolf creatures. She was not at school the next day, and I found out that police were called and they were searching for her. They never found her. Of course, I was questioned and asked, but I said the same story. I knew nobody would believe me, even at 15, if I were to tell them these giant wolves came out and took her away. Even now, all these years later, that story feels so fake, but it's something that I live with. Do you know of any other stories like this that are similar?